I just think that it wasn't a political process when we filled those seats. I would expect that maybe there would be some sensitivity, but you know, but I don't believe that's criterion.
Ron, do you have something in the background plan?
I do, and I'll get rid of it now.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so we do have a couple attendees already signed on. I have the,
I'm in another meeting. Hold on, I'll go on.
So that's it for town updates, I think. I'm gonna save, I know planning and zoning has a big meeting, so I wanna make sure we don't hear from them tonight. Sorry, Ron, I know you have a lot going on.
Okay, and I have to leave now. So thank you, everybody. Good to see you. Have a good night.
Good luck, Ron. They have,
Okay, hello, Dave.
hey, so I was gonna tell you, Ron, so I put the, already on the YouTube channel. I paused the recording, but it's on the YouTube channel now. We have 10 attendees so far. So,
Okay. Oh. I get a, I see my photo and it says, join with video. I hit and it says waiting. So I don't know what it's waiting for,
I can see you, so.
but I don't see anything else. And I don't know, for some reason, I don't get a great deal of pleasure looking just at me.
Are you looking, do you have it on gallery view or speaker view?
I'm not there. I have just a, says join with video, join without video. I don't know whether it's a bandwidth issue at the moment. Maybe I should try to pop in again.
So what are you seeing? Because I can see you, so you're on video.
I'm showing a screen that says video preview.
Hmm.
And down at the bottom, there are two buttons, one join without video, join within video, or join, excuse me, with video. Seems just to be frozen. There's a little toggle that says always show video preview dialog when joining a video meeting. You know, one of those left to right toggles. And that seems to be frozen. I think what I'll do, Dave, is I'll back out of this and then try it again.
That sounds good.
Okay. Hope to see you in a minute.
Hey, Joel.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Can you hear me, Dave?
I can.
I have a picture of Joel, but he seems to be frozen. Oh, I just saw him blink.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
I'm stoic, Ron. I'm just so stoic.
Oh, you're back from the Swiss Alps, I see. You're from Austria, huh?
Yeah, now I'm just kind of drifting in space.
Dave, did you hear anything from Brian by chance?
I did not, no. Hi, Dr. Hinckley.
Hi, David. How are you?
Good. Ron, Attorney Rickman has his hand up as an attendee. I'm going to just allow him to talk and see what he needs.
Fine.
Attorney Rickman, can you hear me?
Sorry, I can't do it in my eye.
That's okay.
Attorney Rickman?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. That's it. I just wanted to make sure that everything was working on our end.
Yeah, that's fine. So I think when we get to the public comment section, since you represent a large number of people, I'll look to you first, if that sounds good to
Okay.
you.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
No. I'm just about ready to start the P and Z. Okay, I'll talk to you later, though. Okay, thanks, Jim.
Dave, do you have an opportunity to put it to the top of Joe's inbox? He's trying to find it,
Yep.
the invite.
I can do that.
Hey, Jada, where are you, baby? Hi. Daddy just farted. Yeah, I know. It's too late for me to poop. All right.
Marjorie, can I ask you a quick question? Would you mind if your team turned off their video for this first application so that we can kind of keep an eye on the commissioners and the applicant that's participating? Would that be an issue for you? Thank you. And John, can you do the Cunningham? Would you mind doing the same? Just
Yep.
we'll give you a shout when we're ready for you. And Ron, I have another attendee with their hand up. I'm just going to allow them to talk before we get going, just to see what they need. Jay Siegel, I see you have your hand up. I'm going to allow you to talk.
Jason, of Recovery Services of Connecticut and Madison. I wanted to be recognized as one of the attendees.
You're going to be representing, Katie, he's going to be representing the application along with you?
I'm not familiar with him.
No? Okay.
And I'm
So
sorry.
That's fine. So Jay, you'll be, we'll
My
allow
office
you to-
is across the hall. Interesting.
okay.
Okay.
Hey, Dave,
Yes,
I have a quick question for you.
sure.
We have a gentleman on the phone by the name of Peter
Okay.
Ruffles. And I know he's not a panelist, but he just wants to know when I defer to him, how he'll participate. I'm assuming,
I can move, if he's going to be part of your team, I can move him over to the panelist now,
Okay.
if you'd like. I don't see his name, so is he just on a telephone number?
yes, it's 203
Yeah.
313 1418.
Let me look for him. Katie, I don't see that number logged in yet.
Okay,
So I'll keep an eye out for it, and when I see it pop up, I'll move him over.
okay. I'm going to text him right now. That number.
Henny. I'm not talking, and I'm not video. Your uncle sounded pretty good.
Ron, would you like me to read off who I see that's here right now? Okay, so right now I have yourself, Ron Clark, for this is the commission members, Joel Miller, Jim Madison, Elliot Hitchcock, John Mathers, Ron Bodenson, Giselle, Peter Roos, and Joe Banofsky.
So we are missing Tom Burland.
And Brian.
And Brian at the moment. So we could probably wait a few more minutes just in case.
Yeah.
Katie, I just put Peter, I can't promote him to a panelist, but he should be able to talk now. Peter, can you confirm that you can talk?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We're not
Thank
able to
you.
see you on video, but you'll be able to participate.
I appreciate that.
And I just moved Tom Berlin over to a panelist from an attendee, so he should be popping up hopefully shortly. So Ron, I think we're pretty close to having our full contingent. We did not get any confirmation from Brian, but it appears everybody else is here.
Right. And let me ask if for the first public hearing, their team is all here and in place. They're not waiting for anyone?
No, I appear, Katie, you have everybody, right?
I do, thank you.
Yep, they're all here.
Well, good evening, everybody. I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the May 21st, 2020 meeting of the Madison Planning and Zoning Commission. Welcome and thanks. I think we'll probably have a lot of interest in both of the applications that will be here. And some of you may be joining us for the first time, either on Zoom or in person for that matter. So first thing I think I should probably do, because we will have a variety of faces on the screen, is identify and read to you who are the members of the commission itself. So they are Joe Banofsky, Tom Burland, myself, of course, Elliot Hitchcock, Jim Madison, John Mathers, Giselle McDowell, Joe Miller. We have two alternates, Ron Bodenson and Peter Roos. We have one alternate who's not here, and as you just heard, Brian Richardson is not in attendance. So those faces and those names, that's the commission itself. Since we have, again, do we have a good number of people that have joined us, Dave?
Yeah, so right now, Ron, we have 22 panelists, which include the commission, the current applicant, and then the applicant for the next agenda item. And at the moment, we have 75 attendees watching the webinar.
So this applies to both public hearings, but let me just explain how the process works, if that helps folks who haven't been through that before. The first thing the commission does is ask the applicant to go into detail and describe what they are requesting to do in some detail, a lot of detail. And that will involve a number of people on both applications presenting on the applicant's. Sometimes during, but more often after that's done, the commission will ask questions, clarifications, and drill down into any open items or things that they would like to investigate. So that is the commission's. Once that is done, what we'll do then is open it up to the public for questions. Questions only. That comes a little later where you can state how you feel or what you think. But what we really want to do is give the public an opportunity to, if we haven't clarified everything with and you have more things you'd like to ask about, that would be the time to do it. So that would be the next step. And the commission may ask more questions during that period. Once we get through that whole process, we will go to public comment. And that is when we will ask people who may be opposed or in favor of the application to speak and state their position. Dave, there's a way to do that using Zoom. And Dave, we'll wait till we get to that part, don't you think, to?
Yeah, I'll go. That sounds good.
Okay, so with that, I will go to our first public hearing. And for this one, I will seat Ron Bodenson to replace Brian Richardson. So Ron, are you prepared?
You bet.
Good. The first public hearing is application 20-08 at 503 Old Toll Road, map 143, lot 20 in the RU1 district. The owner is the Madison Investment Group LLC. The applicant is Wildwood Behavioral Health LLC. And it's a special exception to utilize existing buildings to provide outpatient behavioral health services for adults. The facility will be licensed by the Connecticut Department of Health to provide outpatient programming, including individual, group, family, and activity therapies for individuals with low to moderate severity, including substance abuse disorders, requiring non-hospital, non-medically managed treatment. Treatment services will not include methadone maintenance. So with that, I will turn it over to the applicant. I would ask if anybody happens to not be on mute to maybe do so at this time so that
Yeah, that's for the panelists specifically. All the attendees are muted automatically. But the panelists, if you're not talking or preparing to talk, please mute yourselves. Thank you. Katie, feel free, take it away.
Sure. Thank you so much, members of the Madison Planning and Zoning Commission. I truly appreciate you conducting this hearing. I know that it has garnered much public interest, and we are happy to be having this forum of discussion so that the members of our community can ask all of their questions and we can hopefully answer their concerns. I thought that the best way to handle this was to permit my client to begin with a summary of who he is and what he intends to do at the subject property, followed by the gentleman who is assisting him as a consultant towards the licensing with the state of Connecticut. And then once that gentleman is concluded, I can certainly then address the salient points that the objector's attorney has raised and any other answers to questions that you may have. So with that, I think I would invite Dr. Michael Hinckley to start this.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I didn't expect such a big group of people here. You guys really work at these meetings. So my name is Dr. Mike Hinckley. I've lived at 4 Madison Avenue since '93. I have several businesses locally, all to do with the same mission that I've taken on, working with individuals who have substance abuse and need some assistance in getting back to life. Formerly, I worked in medical centers. I was an employee of Hartford Healthcare. You may have heard of Rushford. You may have heard of Stonegate and Turnbridge in New Haven. So I worked at all of these inpatient programs. And what I discovered working in them was that I wanted to work in a different way, where we had a nice office, a nice setting. Our offices are decorated almost to be like your living room, where people could come in and be comfortable, small groups. Typical group I run is about 6 people, that people can interact and have an interpersonal experience. That's the #1 way that people do better in recovery from substance abuse is for them to have interpersonal contact and connection. I had, prior to this work, been involved for 20 years in pastoral counseling. I was the chief ethicist for the state of Connecticut for the Catholic health system. So I dealt with all the emergency rooms and that level of care where people had to make decisions about the end of life. I served in parishes for 20 years. And leaving that ministry for this work has been exceedingly rewarding for me. In 2015, in January, I opened up what's called Positive Choices Therapy. It has developed as a practice, a private practice that caters especially to professionals in our region. I do a lot in the legal profession. I've had Air Force pilots come from the major airlines. I've had people come from the nursing profession, and I'm further developing that, and I'll talk about that in a minute with this toll road address. What has happened is I've developed a national reputation. People come from all over the country, from major rehabs like the Caron Foundation, the Refuge. Out west, we have 3 or 4 in, major programs that come to us as well. And what's happened is as this has grown, I've wanted to have a program that's consummate with what they really need at that level, you know. And my office at 11 Woodland Road has been quite sufficient. I would probably stay there and do more if I had enough space. I've looked at expanding into the basement, and the fire marshal kind of asked me to back off that. Then I looked at local office buildings, and I wasn't able to find space that was just right. And then I came across Toll Road, and there are a few things about Toll Road. It has much more space than I have, and it separates the offices into 2 separate buildings, which is ideal for me because we're opening, part of the program will be geared towards medical doctors and surgeons. And the idea is that they would be off by themselves and they wouldn't have contact with people that might be coming there who are from the academic world. We get quite a few from universities, different professors. And we'd be able to separate them in 2 buildings. The other thing is the 503 Toll Road has a barn structure that they built that is a great activity room. Part of what I do is called CBT, or there's also a version of it, DBT, where it's interacting with other people and activities in a different way. So the therapy actually might include a session where you're working with pottery, or you're doing yoga, or you're doing art of some kind, or you're doing a meditation for spiritual development. And to have a space like Toll Road is just ideal for that. So that's why I'm
Dr.
attracted.
Hinckley,
Yeah,
Dr. Hinckley, if I can interrupt you for a second. Thank you very
absolutely.
much. Whoever is on phone 1418, I think it is, if you would mute, you keep popping up on my speaker view. I don't know who that is.
Okay.
That's not you, is it?
Me? No, I'm a good boy. I got my.
Well, no, I didn't think so. 203-313-1418.
Yes, hi.
Can you mute yourself, please?
I will.
Great. So that's kind of how I got focused in and interested in Toll Road, was the unique offerings in relationship to the work I'm doing. So it's basically, I'm attracted to it as an office. What is happening is in expanding the business and having more people coming is I'd like to move from being a private practice to being a practice that has multiple clinicians, and we can have these specialized people who would work with the pottery and the yoga, for example. The practice is about 30 presently, and I don't expect the number in the practice to expand, but what we're looking to is expand the services those people get when they come, if that makes sense. So it's not numbers that I'm hoping to increase. I'm hoping to increase quality of services. The thing that is happening is we're experiencing greater demand for what I'm doing, so that trying to make it so that my little niche of clientele, which happens to be Madison and the shoreline fundamentally, but we also have these clients that come from across the country, tend to be upper middle class, high net worth families. If someone comes from a distance, it's often a high net worth family's child, adult. By that, I mean someone in their late 20s who's coming for treatment, but they haven't really started their own life yet. And they're looking to help address their addiction and move on from there. So what we'll do at the facility isn't that much different from what I'm doing in the clinical office now. It's just more space and more opportunities. And that's where the licenses come in. To have the multiple clinicians, to have the longer hours for group, that's what the licenses are for. So instead of having 4 hours of group a week, we'd be able to go up to 8, 9, and then on another level, we'd be going up to 12 hours of group a week. That if someone comes in and they need a couple of weeks of a larger number of group hours, we'll be able to provide that for them. How many people would be in the room? Well, there'd be relatively few, maybe 3 to 6. But we're able to offer that because we're a boutique service. What takes place in the rooms is exactly the same as what's happening where I am now. It's just the number of hours and the number of clinicians involved. And the number of clinicians will probably be ending up to be something like 3 or 4, and probably not all of them there at the same time. What else could I offer you? I think that's really it. It's basically the same work I've been doing. And it's basically just adding a few more clinicians and more hours to what's being offered. And that's basically what we're doing. Yeah. Can I answer, do I answer, I don't know what I do here, David. Do I answer questions or do I mute myself? What goes on?
I'll let Katie kind of referee things on your side. So Katie, you can.
Okay. Sure. So I think the logical step to Dr. Hinckley's explanation is to invite Peter onto the call, and he can explain the licensure component of what Dr. Hinckley has described.
Peter, I did just unmute you, so feel free to go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute. So I'm Peter Rockholz. I am a licensed clinical social worker. Dr. Hinckley located me, I think largely because of my reputation and experience in helping new programs get established, including navigating the required regulations and licensure requirements, but also in establishing high quality programs, particularly in Connecticut, but also in other states. I've been in the field of behavioral health for 46 years, mostly in Connecticut, 25 providing direct services, and working nationally in 30 states, helping develop similar kinds of programs. I was the Deputy Commissioner of the State Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services for 5 years under Governor Rell. where I was responsible for all substance abuse treatment services for the state of Connecticut. And in the recent years, I've found that as I've become a consultant and stopped working full time, I've been asked by a number of organizations to help establish programs very similar to what Dr. Hinckley is looking to do. I think in the past 15 years, I've probably done 7 or 8 of these, 2 of them, 3 in Fairfield County, 1 in Westport, 1 in Wilton, and most recently in my hometown, in fact, in my backyard of Greenwich, Connecticut, where, as you can imagine, there's a sensitivity to all of the things that you're facing, the folks in the neighborhood are facing. And so I felt perfectly comfortable because of my background and because this is what I've done, with explaining to my wife that it's going to be okay, and there aren't all these terrible horrors that are going to happen here. In fact, one of the biggest challenges I faced was convincing the landlord to rent to us, since the building we're in is a very visible place in the Glenville section of North Greenwich, that everything had to be pretty perfect. And he had the typical concerns that most residents typically do, and I've done this in a number of states, that this is a drug treatment program. These are people that have commit crimes, that do drug deals, that there's likely to be lines of people lined up from places like Bridgeport and New Haven to come get drugs that they're being given, like methadone, Suboxone. That you're going to have people out in the parking lot, doing drug deals, shooting up heroin in their cars, and so forth. And that's kind of a little bit of the extreme of the concern. But the fears that this is going to bring a dangerous element and jeopardize the safety and even the value of our homes. In fact, that's not the case. And so what I did with this landlord was I brought him up to the last outpatient facility I had set up in Wilton, Connecticut, and I brought him in and showed him around and showed him what it really looks like. It looks more like a very high-end doctor's office. We've been operating in this place in Greenwich for 3 months in the middle of this virus epidemic without incident, without any police cars coming, without any ambulances. And it's been a very quiet operation. And I think, again, the far end of the concerns that what you would see when setting up a methadone clinic, I've set up a number of those in other states. I've been responsible for operations of many of those clinics, and even those do not have the problems. In fact, a study was done national level that demonstrated that, in fact, the crime rates in the areas where new methadone programs had been established, and understand, I'm not talking, this is not going to be a methadone program. I'm just saying the worst case picture of a drug program. In those neighborhoods, the crime rates actually went down. So the concerns are very appreciated and well understood. I think Dr. Hinckley described very accurately what this program would look like. I think there are other terms that have been put out, including in the certificate of need, emergency certificate of need application that I wrote and submitted to the state when there was an executive order instructing that the Office of Health Strategy could, in fact, waive the certificate requirements that we talked about intensive treatment. And I think that that can be easily misunderstood as meaning more severe medical complications, withdrawal complications, the need for detox, and other complications. That is not really what's intended here. There's some language that I think I tried to clarify in a document that was submitted by Katie that kind of describes what intensive means. It just means, as Dr. Hinckley suggested, more than a single or two individual counseling sessions per week for folks, that they would involve a series of groups, psychoeducational groups, and as well as individual, but other recovery support services. And I'd be happy to elaborate on those if there are questions that apply. I think, Dr. Hinckley also touched upon the reasons why going from a group practice to what's considered by the state to be a facility is necessary. When a group practice is providing services to a group of people who collectively are primarily there because of their alcohol or drug problems, it then comes in under a statute that the state has that requires that such an entity, if that's what it's doing, it needs to become licensed. It's also necessary to become licensed when a practice such as this recognizes the need for its clients to have more rigorous or intensive counseling programs of services, such as the intensive outpatient program does. That also requires to be licensed, and when insurance companies reimburse for that service, they also require the license. I think there's also greater protections for the public when such an entity is licensed by the state of Connecticut, because there's recourse for when there's less than top quality service being provided, when there are incidents, when things just are not going right, that there's the opportunity for those to be reported to the state. And then I think down the road, as Dr. Hinckley and I discussed the possibility of this outpatient facility becoming accredited by the Joint Commission, which is kind of the gold seal of any kind of healthcare service, and that provides even another level of assurance of the top quality. Frankly, I wouldn't be involved in this if it weren't the best quality and safety that could be provided, because I have a reputation to protect. So I'll just leave that, and if I can certainly answer any questions.
Thank you, Peter. I thank both of you, Dr. Hinckley and Peter, for elaborating on both the use of the property, the programming involved, the licensing requirements. My impression is that based upon the number of emails that I was able to review and the correspondence that I did receive from the 23 objectors who are represented by counsel, it's clear that there were a number of misconceptions that perhaps are still in play. But I'm certainly hoping that all of you, including those people who are listening, have a clear and better understanding of what the goal of the program is meant to be. My role here really is beyond my client explaining what the intended use is that we have an application before us, and I want to make sure that I answer questions and certainly explain how this fits into your zoning, and also what particular salient point of your zoning perhaps we can categorize this in. And I certainly want to thank Dave Anderson for trying to assist all of us in regards to this. And certainly when the regulations were written and definitions are put together, businesses are always evolving. So I think this is one of those cases, and I hope that certainly you'll take into consideration all of what Dr. Hinckley and Peter have explained to you. So I think two housekeeping matters, and I think they're important issues, and I appreciate the fact that counsel for the objectors has raised these issues. First and foremost, Wildwood Behavioral Health LLC is in fact currently a validly formed LLC. Unfortunately, and I can say this to Dr. Hinckley, when he himself is a layperson, filed the LLC in March of this calendar year. He did so through the portal, and unfortunately, when he did so, he did not correctly go through all of the particular links in order to make it, let's just say, recognized. So I understand the objection and I understand the technical one, but I hope that's not held against my client. We certainly have arguments in law that perhaps maybe it's a de facto, but again, for all intents and purposes, and in all of my dialogues with Attorney Florentine, who represents the landlord, and the agent, Kristen Adams, Dr. Hinckley has held himself out as the operator, the member manager of Wildwood Behavioral Health LLC. So certainly we're not trying to pull a fast one here. And I did append to the recent materials today the certificate of legal existence. So I hope that clarifies that issue for all of you. Secondly, I think that given COVID, and we've all been challenged with this, there is a lack of ability of sorts to procure documents that one would ordinarily attach to the application. I did go through with Mr. Anderson originally what documents perhaps were available to me, which were not. He was kind enough to provide me an abutters list. I was able to update that to some extent, send out the required notice. We also did the signage. I hope that is all to your satisfaction. But in terms of trying to omit information in order to confuse the issue or not disclose adequately, I think first and foremost, there was a slew of information that was not available to me through the public offices. But second and more importantly, this is not a new development. This is not a redevelopment of an existing site with improvements. I believe in the application, there's an appended statement that indicates that any modifications are only intended to be towards the internal structure and perhaps to afford further confidentiality or to comply with HIPAA. So again, no intent to deceive, no intent to try to circumvent a process that we respect, but we understand that during COVID, there are limitations. Another issue that has been raised, and I wanted to address it, is that my client has no current intent on purchasing this property. There is an option agreement that is in place towards the lease of the property with the landlord, and that is the option agreement in play. And so the landlord has afforded my client a period of time to pursue both this process and the licensure process. And at some point, he's going to have to pay rent, and there's consideration for that, but the expense in the licensure process is heavy. And so we're hoping that we can move beyond this predicate first. So I hope that those technical issues are at least looked upon favorably by you. And again, we weren't looking to circumvent this. I think at the heart of the matter here is which category, and I think Mr. Anderson has summarized this in memorandum to you, that Dr. Hinckley's business is appropriately going to fall into. Under your zoning regulations, there are items relative to use in this district, and specifically per your definitions, does this fall into category of a professional office, a medical office, or as was presumed in some of the emails and perhaps the attorney's memo to you, that this was going to be a hospital or a clinic of sort. I think that from what you've heard from Dr. Hinckley and his business consultant, that this space is not intended to be operable in any form on a walk-in basis towards any type of urgent care. There is no use intended for any type of emergency service. These are planned visitors under a program that will be licensed by the state of Connecticut, and akin to any other office that may afford a similar service. It is professional in nature and also has attributes of medical type treatment. So for that reason, we believe we fall under the category of permitted use under 5.4D. And we certainly were not seeking, nor did we ask to be recognized under 5.4G. And we understand the sensitivity regarding the adjacent property owners. And perhaps if we were to try to utilize that, does not apply to us. We know that there are neighbors that have property lines that are within that proximity that we couldn't meet. So I think that's really at the heart of the issue technically, beyond the concerns of the community, which I understand that you all have to weigh out as well. I think that Peter has touched upon the sensitivity that this evokes with a lot of folk. But I would point out to you, it's not so ironic that next door is a dentist, and we've all been to the dentist. I've been lucky enough not to have too many procedures, but I'm sure many people have walked out of the dentist having to have some type of anesthetic. There is a package store across the street. A fine gentleman owns it, and I'm sure many of you have visited it. There is a grocery store across the street. They sell beer. There is a bar and restaurant across the street, and always has been since I was a little girl, having grown up here. There is a congregational church that has AA meetings twice a week. And most of our community members who seek those services like to attend that meeting. And I suggest all of these proximities because if one wants to draw the conclusion that folks traveling to Dr. Hinckley's facility are going to somehow endanger the welfare or undermine the security of the neighboring folks, I would argue that perhaps someone leaving a bar and imbibing too much, or maybe not having gone to a substance abuse counselor and still trying to work all out through AA, or maybe buying something at the package store and opening the store, may serve you don't know, they may injure further. And so I think that we can all draw our own conclusions, but I don't want my client's business proposition to be treated disproportionately. I know also, I believe there's another gentleman on the call. He's not part of my panel, but there are other businesses in town that serve these same wonderful purposes. And in fact, one of those businesses may in fact have a medical component to it that is feared that Dr. Hinckley would bring in. I've outlined that in the memo to you with appropriate exhibit. I don't want to characterize the business for each of those entities. I would certainly like them to speak for themselves. But again, I don't want there to be a disproportionate viewpoint of my client's business and his proposition as compared to theirs. And I just think that, lastly, I haven't seen put forward any type of evidence by any of the objectors of the derogatory effect on the community, any diminution in value. I don't see any study attached that would claim and on any factual basis that there would be more traffic. And so, for those reasons, I leave to the objectors to bring that forward. But I truly believe that Dr. Hinckley's plan is a well thought out plan, certainly fits within and is harmonious with our comprehensive plan of trying to meet the essential needs of our community. We live in an era and certainly have been hit most recently with the pandemic, and we're all feeling stress. And I think all of us on this call and on this panel know somebody who suffers, maybe silently, but certainly there's a burgeoning need for facilities and folks like Dr. Hinckley to provide these services to our community members. So I hope that everyone thinks about that with sensitivity and compassion and understands that we're not trying to bring something into the community that is going to have a derogatory effect. We believe it's going to be harmonious and complementary to the services that do currently exist here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie and Dr. and Peter. Thank you for that. At this point, I'd like to go off script a little bit. We normally would go to questions from the commissioners, which we'd get to, but I'd like to, we have the Chief of Police, Jack Drum, is watching the Zoom meeting, and I'm sure he's got a lot of things other than this to do. So I'd like to give him the opportunity to ask any questions he might have at this point, and then we go to the commission if that's okay with everybody. Anybody have a problem?
No, Dr. Hinckley, you might want to unmute your microphone.
Why am I about to get it?
Heck no. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hi,
we can.
Chief. Hi, Chief.
All right, good evening all. No, when I put an inquiry, it was because I had folks contacting me and they were a little concerned as to what was going to be placed there at that facility. You did answer a lot of questions tonight. And of course, my concern is that, uptick in emergency response, any issues that may affect people's quality of lives within that area. And that basically is it. You've answered a lot of questions. I wanted to hear some of the other folks speak first, and perhaps there was concern that maybe it was just people would just appear there. It wasn't by appointment. People had concerns as to at some point, was this going to become an overnight facility, perhaps housing patients? But you've answered that. Right now, I don't have any other questions. I have some folks that I believe that are watching the meeting, and I guess let's see what they say.
Yeah.
Fine. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, to just make one comment in regards to what the chief said there. I have had programs in town since 2015. We've not had a single emergency issue where we've had either an ambulance or a police car called. We've never had any disruptive behavior. The clientele that come to me are attracted. I sometimes understate myself. They come because of my credentials. And because I have a background in ethics and spiritual development, spiritual counseling, pastoral counseling, my approach to recovery is not just with the knowledge of a therapist and a psychotherapist, but also from those disciplines. And so the kind of person coming to me, my average client is actually an alcoholic, not a drug addict. And I like the term substance abuse disorder so that we include everyone. So just for that clarity, never had any of those behavioral issues.
Thank you, Doctor. Dave, you're at the controls. Are there any commissioners that have questions? Ask through Dave.
Yeah, maybe if commissioners want to raise their hands, maybe we just go through one by one so people don't start talking at once. And I'll go through. Yeah, Joel, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, it's more of a statement than a question, Dave. It might help because, I think we've all seen a lot of the communication traffic that has come in regarding this particular application, and it might be helpful to the 91 attendees that I see out there that we clarify, because there may be some misconceptions or misinformation, that's innocent enough, but that this is not a zoning change that we are reviewing here. This is a special exception permit for a use that's allowed by special exception in this particular zone.
Thank you, Joel. Anybody else have a question?
Jim Madison has his hand raised. Go ahead, Jim.
Thanks, David. Katie mentioned the definition of what this facility would be with regard to our, as Joel said, existing zoning regs there in this district. But I did hear the term clinician mentioned probably 4 or 5 times. As Dr. Hinckley went through his description, which to me would say that this is a clinic.
No.
It doesn't appear to be an office like a dentist office. I'm just thinking that there might be a little bit of a debate in terms of if this is clearly within the our regulations with regard to what this facility would be.
May I comment, Jim?
Sure.
Please.
Okay. I don't know what your protocol is. The word clinician is interchangeable with therapist. when we in the psychotherapy business refer to a clinician, that is the same person as a therapist. So in my office currently, while it's not a program with 3 or 4 other clinicians present, I'm still a clinician. So it doesn't necessarily denote clinic. It denotes that they have skills of the therapeutic model that they can apply. So the idea of a clinic is very different from a therapist's office.
Can I add to that? May I add to that?
Yes.
I
Certainly.
just wanted to mention that the relevant provision that's outlined as a definition in the zoning regs, it's actually page 98. It indicates outpatient clinic, medical outpatient clinic, a facility which provides medical services to patients who present non-life-threatening problems, but who need or want the convenience of immediate medical attention. So that's something that's a variance to what we're presenting. And then it goes on to say, a patient medical clinic is characterized by having limited facilities and personnel. Such facility may be open 24 hours a day. So I don't disagree that there's a vagueness in this, but I'm not so certain that we fall into the category as it's described in the definitions. I think we're more akin to office or office medical, where the definition leads itself to the treatment and or examination of patients solely on an outpatient basis. I just add that just towards our vantage point on this. I'm certain that others may argue otherwise, but again, the novelty of this business and the newness of it, I think leads itself to perhaps, maybe a reevaluation of what these definitions are and how they may change over time.
Thank you, Katie.
Yes.
I have a question. The hours of operation, what's anticipated if you were to move in there?
Well, there are some variables right now. If I was to base it on the work we're doing right now, the bulk of the hours are Monday to Thursday in the morning before lunch. Now, is there a possibility of having evening hours? Yes, we have clients who work during the day and have to come after work. So I would anticipate, like I do have now, some clients who come see me at 7 o'clock at night because that's when they get home and are available. But I would think the bulk of clients would end up being earlier in the day.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hands, anyone else? That lull in the action, what I'll do at this point is we'll get to turn it over for members of the public who have any questions. But as Dave asked earlier, I believe a large number of the folks who are on here and interested in this are represented by Attorney Rickman. So maybe we should let Attorney Rickman start it off, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'll do that. And then after Attorney Rickman speaks, if folks want to raise their hand, and then we can go through them sequentially. And if there's anyone that wishes to speak on this application that's dialed in by phone, you don't have an ability to raise your hand, but you can dial *9, and that will raise your hand that we can see. And then I can unmute you. I'll just read your telephone number. But as I stated, we'll start with Attorney Rickman. Let me just get to him here.
And I will state again, this is the point where we're asking questions, not taking positions. Attorney Rickman.
Hold on 1 second, Ron.
Can you hear me?
We can now, thank you.
Oh, okay, great. I'm just curious, by the way, can you see me or only hear me?
We can only hear you as an attendee to the webinar, if that's a
I
problem
see.
for you.
Oh, okay, well, Commissioner Clark, I do not have questions. I only have comments. So would you want me to give my comments, or do you want to go through questions with everyone first before I give comments?
Well, that's a good question, and it's my turn. to come. You know, I just wanted to make, with you leading the way, I'd be happy to get to the questions, but I just want to emphasize that right now we're looking at public to ask questions and not to state their positions one way or the other about the application itself. That'll come a little bit later. So, you know, so you might have to wait later on for that yourself to where we are stating positions, Attorney Rickman, if that's okay with you.
That's fine. I'm here at your disposal.
Okay, well, we appreciate that. So, Dave, I'll turn it over to you to call on members of the public.
Yeah, if members of the public have questions, please raise your hand and I will try to get to you. So I have someone here that's a call in. Number is 617-775-7815, and I'm gonna allow them to talk.
Hi, thank you. My name is Dan Orwick, and I'm among the group represented by Mr. Rickman. I did have a question from the information this evening. In the discussion of the property and why it was attractive, there was a comment that one building would be used for clinicians and another would be used for more specific medical purposes, and the phrase surgeon was used, which I found out of place for what we're talking about. So if we could have some clarification as to who would be in that second building, I would appreciate it.
And I'm sorry, I should have stated before, when you begin speaking, if you could just state your name and address for the record, and you may have said that, but I missed it. So if you could.
Oh, I'm sorry. I left out my address. So it's Dan Orwick, and my address is 20 Hidden Springs Road.
Thanks, Dan.
I know that we're on Zoom, and I've been doing Zoom extensively for a couple of months now. So sometimes things come and go. So if it was my connection, the two buildings will both be used for therapy. The attraction is that you can separate people more and have greater privacy having two buildings. The reference to surgeons or to doctors, they're coming as clients. They're seeking help, and they may come from local hospitals, local practices, or given the reputation we've developed, they're coming from across the country, and they're coming for treatment, and they're looking for a very private, quiet place to have the treatment. And that's why the property is attractive, for that separation, for the quiet, for the privacy. The reference to doctors or MDs or surgeons, those are actually the clients.
Okay, thank you. So, but just in terms of what we're talking about, it could be an attorney, it could be any profession, but you chose to use doctors and surgeons as a specific example.
There can be any profession, but I mentioned doctors and surgeons because they particularly are coming to me at this point. But it could be any profession. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
All right, I next have Jay Siegel again. Jay, when I allow you to talk, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Jay Siegel. I live at 61 Wildcat Springs Drive in Madison, Connecticut. My office is at 71 Bradley Road, across from Katie Arminia, actually, interestingly.
That was about 10 years ago.
Okay.
That's okay. To be
well, I would like to know, since there is already a IOP in the town that is actually joint commissioned and takes all insurances and provides treatment, why would we need a second facility wouldn't this be a duplication of treatment in the town? Would the town actually need 2 IOP facilities to meet the need? In that way, that already does a day and evening IOP program.
Can I respond to that? Is that, yeah? Well, you can have 2 different therapists in town, and they have very different styles, very different abilities. And this program would be very different in that we have a particular clientele that comes to us. We do not have a reputation other than being very into the spiritual development, the sensitivity to the whole person, mind, body,
Sorry, I'm
spirit.
confused. I'm sorry, I'm confused. The spiritual development, I'm not understanding you.
Well, if I could, Jay, we understand that if you're going to deal with a human person with addiction, you must care for the mind, body, and spirit.
Okay.
And I happen to uniquely have the credentials for that. And we make that part of encouraging everyone. Statistically, you can look at research and you'll find that the #1 indicator that's common among many long-term people in sobriety is that they have developed their spiritual side. So that's what I meant.
Okay. All right. I've been working with the Impaired Professionals Board of Connecticut since 2008, treating doctors and nurses and professionals in the community. I would just like to say that I would really like to know what is the difference in that is specific to your clientele that you're trying to reach, other than spirituality.
Well, we're actually, that's not the, I'm not sure how that pertains to this conversation about the exception.
Can I jump in on this?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ron.
Jay, I understand your reason for these questions. But this is a planning and zoning matter. And one of the things, and I guess when you boil it down to it, the doctor's decision to open this clinic is a business decision. We do not get involved in whether if it was a place that sold hamburgers, do we need another hamburger place in town?
Yeah, that's right.
Those things that's beyond our jurisdiction. And if we were in charge of business planning, we'd probably have everybody out of business. But I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
I do. It's important to the state, actually, in the licensing, not to overpopulate the demographics with the duplication of treatment care.
And that
way.
may be an raised with the state application, but it's not.
That's right.
Good, bad, or indifferent, germane to what we have the authority to talk about or act upon, if you understand, and I appreciate it if you do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I have next is C. Balkin. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. My name's Colleen Balkin. I live at 20 Northwood Road. I just wanted to get more clarity on the idea that the hours that they're typically in the morning, Monday through Thursday, but is there any restriction that we can have on that there wouldn't be weekend activity, or that there wouldn't be evening activity past a certain time of evening? We had seen stuff about 10 o'clock, which seems kind of late for this kind of facility. So I didn't know if, maybe 9 o'clock or something earlier would be, more appropriate, and how much activity on weekends. And the other question is, do you expect or plan to use outdoor areas in this facility for any of your activities?
Well, the 10 p.m. Time of being open that late, I think was a misunderstanding that when we had to write down the hours of the building's occupancy, it goes till 10 p.m. just in the event that there's cleaning crew. Programs would most likely never go past 8:30, 9 o'clock. But the majority, like I said, the majority of my work is done in the daytime. But there are some who work and have to come at night. So that would be the first half of the response. And the second part of your question was what?
Whether you expect to use outdoor facilities at all. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. We don't necessarily have any plan for using outdoor. The only experience of outdoor might be, between the buildings where people take their lunch break or something like that. And it would be probably my staff taking their lunch. Yeah. So the gymnasium, all that kind of stuff, that's not going to be the outdoor gym that the school had. My impression is the impact on the sound level and the busyness to the neighbors is actually going to be much less than it is having a school there. You're not going to hear us. People aren't coming to be outside and congregate and play games and things. That's not why they're coming.
And what was your expectation for weekend use of the facility?
At this point, of course, when you rent a place, it's rented throughout the week. At this point, I don't have specific plans for weekend use. And, that's not in the plan at this moment.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, next up on my screen is Rob Cesny. Sorry, Rob, if I mispronounced your last name. 1 second. All right, Rob, you can go ahead.
Hi, this is actually Megan Chesney. I'm at 12 Northwood Road. Good evening, everybody.
Hi, Megan.
Hi. I live directly behind the property with 3 small children, and I'd like to just state that as a female and as a mom, I'm very uncomfortable, and nor would I have bought this house knowing that there's going to be a drug treatment center or whatever you're calling it in my backyard. I'd just like to put that on record. I'd also like to ask Dr. Hinckley if he is currently doing any weekend sessions with any of his clients, because as I read the application myself and it said Positive Choices is rebranding to this facility. I'm wondering if you're using this on the weekends right now. And I'd also like to know about Suboxone use because that's also listed on your website.
We don't have either of that planned for this site. When I see people personally on a Saturday morning, I do that at my Woodland office. I will retain that office. And this will be basically a location for me to go to and have the groups and the special sessions at. But I'll maintain a therapy office in Woodland.
Dr. Hinckley, this is Rob Chesney, 12 Northwood Road.
Hi, Rob.
Looking through the application, you've been talking a lot about your high income patients, doctors, surgeons. Now it's noted on your application that you were provided a dedicated environment for LGBTQ clients who are at high risk for overdose, suicide, and other poor health outcomes. It seems very different in those 2 stories. Can you explain that?
Sure. The LGBT community is probably the most underserved population in the country. And so because of their lack of treatment, they run a higher risk of overdose, death, suicide. It's not that the clients coming to me are overdosing or having suicides. That's not the case. It's the case that I do treat LGBT people, as many therapists do, and that population, LGBT, are at a higher risk of all those things. That's what that means.
Yeah, so obviously very concerning for homeowners to have that type of population that you're saying so close to a residential neighborhood.
Well, actually, they're already there. They're already in the neighborhood. Many of the same people are going to AA across the street.
AA is not a fair comparison to a business that's treating substance abuse, in my opinion.
They're the same people.
The AA meetings I did look up, they're twice a week for 1 hour at the church, which is a nonprofit. And I understand that, you, no offense, make your living off of this, which is going to be long hours, long days. And that's a major concern for this neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't disavow or whatever, because I know there's a great prejudice against this community of people in recovery. But nationally, as a country, we're doing a great deal of education to try to address that stigma. It's just like mental health stigma. The majority of my clients suffer from depression and anxiety. How did they handle that? They tried to drink it away. The vast majority of my clients are alcoholics. And I can't speak to it much, but many of these alcoholics that I treat come from neighborhoods such as yours.
And that's all great. We'd love to continue to support your clients, but again, just not right in our backyard and in our residential zone.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to, the next person with their hand up is Kay McNeil.
Good evening. My name is Maria McNeil. I live at 10 Northwood. This facility is directly behind our property. My question for you is, what is your restrictions going to be in terms of smoking? So for example, in that back building, there's a doorway that leads out to the playground. And typically there's a lot of back and forth that goes on. Are you going to have restrictions? Because typically folks that do have addictions, they tend to lean on smoking. So is that going to be something that you're going to be restricting, or how are you going to handle that?
I'm not familiar with what you're referring to as the activity at the back door. What was happening there?
So the children would come back and forth in the playground in the back building.
Uh-huh.
So that's, if there's a lunchroom back there. So I don't know if that's something you're going to be leveraging for your facility, but we just want to understand who's going to be back there. Or is there going to be activities back there? Because again, it's directly in my backyard, probably a few.
The back area of the property, we don't have any particular plans of using that. The clients come, they have their sessions indoors, and they tend to leave. We're not engaging them in social activities in the backyard. That's not what we would be doing.
Okay, I guess my concern is the loitering and potential socialization happening in the back and smoking. Obviously, that would directly impact our property.
Yeah, no one would want that, and I wouldn't want that either. The loiter back there is not what we would want. We want people out front if they're going to be going to their car or whatnot. But the majority of the time that a person comes to the program will be indoors. No, loitering in the back of a building is something that we would greatly discourage.
Will you be restricting smoking on the premises?
We would probably have a designated area for smoking. And I would I would probably expect that to be in an area away from the building, which would mean probably down the driveway or in that area, because we want it not to affect other people. Part of our program is wellness, and we do encourage the cessation of smoking. But there are people who do smoke. I can't argue that. but we would normally not let people congregate in the back of a building. It's not what we want. We don't want isolating. So I could tell you that much. I wouldn't expect any tolerance of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, next up is Jean Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Dave. Jean Fitzgerald, 25 Northwood Road. I guess my concern, if you could help me with the vagueness of your presentation, you continually use words like probably, we don't plan, not at this moment, it's not my impression, it's not in a particular plan right now. Normally, that's not the case. There seems to be a tremendous amount of language around here that's vague. And I guess, is your intent not to define these things, or is it going to continue to be, it's not in the plan right now? I also, you seem to be focused on your clientele being doctors and lawyers and surgeons. I'm unfamiliar with addicts having different characteristics and different issues based on their salary, based on their education. So I'm unclear as to why it would matter. And if it does matter, which you've made very clear, how would the town monitor that? There's HIPAA. So you could sit here, and I certainly do not imply that you are doing this, but you're making a lot of statements about your clients that clearly cannot be verified based on, and they shouldn't be, quite frankly, and I support the fact that they're protected by HIPAA, and they should be. So I guess when you use the defense that these are your clientels, there would be no way for the town to monitor that, nor should they be able to. But
right.
Again, it leaves a lot of questions. This whole presentation has left a lot of questions in my mind, because nothing seems to be exact. Nothing seems to be, we will not allow this. When are you going to have your hours? Well, it's not my intent, and I usually have my hours in the morning, but quite frankly, when you look at what you've asked for, you would have the opportunities to run that business till 10 o'clock at night. So I guess I'm asking, will there be more definition around these things, or is the vagueness, and I go back to the attorney's comments earlier, it could be defined differently. People may look at this differently. There just seems to be so much vagueness, to your own admission, that I'm not sure how we can, as a community, understand. And my questions to Dr. Hinckley. Thank you, Katie. So if you could just help me understand that more.
Sure. I'm actually trying to answer questions that have come from the community. Comments like, I'm concerned for my wife or my children, are comments that are implying that there is an unsavory element lurking in the neighborhood. I find that really sad.
Right, and again, that's not my question, Dr. Hinckley. I'm
No,
asking
allow me
you
to
if
allow
you
me
could
to speak.
define
Allow me to finish.
vague
Allow me to finish.
today.
That's what I'm responding to, is those kinds of biases I'm responsive to, and the fact that those are not my clients. That's what I was trying to say by that. By being vague, well, I don't even have a rental agreement on the property as yet. Specific rules about what's happening at the back door are kind of hard to form already, because I don't have the property. As far as hours, I can speak to the hours I have now, but I would expect these hours to be very similar to what they would be then. I don't have a solid locked in what every appointment is going to be allowed to be.
So I guess I'm sure you can understand then from the community's position, if this is permitted at this point, then what would be our assurance that these concerns about the operation of hours would not become, because you would be granted them, at this as a blanket statement, it would be difficult for us to understand then what we would be able to expect from this. You know, you're asking for the exemption, so I'm asking how we would
Yeah.
know.
Well, I think the hours of operation, I may be wrong, are not part of the exception that we're applying here for.
Right, and I think they are, and I think that's where it says till 10 o'clock at night, or the weekend, I think, and that's what
Yeah.
an earlier person had asked.
I'm going to ask Katie and maybe David to comment because I'm not quite sure that's accurate.
Yeah, I guess I'll try to answer from the town's perspective. So with a special exception permit application, the commission has to evaluate the proposal on a site-specific basis. They do have an ability to place conditions on an application if they felt appropriate. So in the past, there have been conditions placed on hours of operation. I'm not suggesting that's, something, I'm not taking an opinion on it either way, but that has been done historically. So
that's fair. Thank you.
I just wanted to add to that, yes, certainly we are open to this commission considering any conditions that may be applicable and may serve the public interest. I believe the 10 o'clock confusion, and I understand it. There is a portion of the application that requires the applicant to state its intended signage. And I think that your concern is well stated, that it's hard to you don't know exactly what the business plan is going to be, but the issue is that it's somewhat the cart before the horse. We're trying to determine whether or not we can even have a business operation here so that then we can more appropriately formulate what the sign's going to look like, what the lighting's going to look like, what the hours are. So this is all wonderful conversation. The 10 o'clock was tied into my original question of Dr. Hinckley when I put together the signage portion of the application. And I asked him, if we were to have a sign, how long do you think it would need to be lit for at night? So it wasn't intended to create a business hour opportunity, but again, the commission can certainly consider.
Correct. Yes, and I understand that, Katie, and I definitely understand that it needs to be in there. But again, understand from the committee's point and the neighborhood, once that's in there, you have the opportunity to use those hours. So I guess that's my concern. But thank you for clarifying that.
Yes,
I'm done, Dave. Thank you.
Dave,
Thank you. If I could speak for a moment, I had two things. Number one, I know you're trying to be diplomatic and I understand some of these answers, but for example, to go back to the last question, they're talking about the smoking area, it probably will be in the front. I think at some point it would be helpful for your case to be a little more, make more of a commitment as to what your plan will be, rather than, it might be, but that's just a suggestion. The second, but that's all. But it's obvious to me that we are not going to get through this hearing tonight. And I'd like to do, and I'll ask the commission at 8:45 in about 25 minutes to possibly table the application, continue the public hearing, because we have another applicant waiting in the wings who deserves to have it tonight as well. And I don't see any way we're going to get through this whole application anyway this evening. So with that in mind, I'd like to pass it back to Dave to get some more questions.
Yeah, so Ron, we have two first-time speakers and then two folks that have already asked questions. So what I'd maybe suggest we try to do is those folks that have not spoken yet, give an opportunity to speak. And then before anybody repeats, maybe we should go back to Attorney Rickman to allow him to speak this evening. Does that sound fair to you?
It sure does, Dave. That's a good suggestion. Thanks.
Okay, so Mike Catalano, you're up.
Hi, I'm Mike Catalano from 4 Northwood Road. I know in the, I believe in the application it mentioned about not including more intensive treatments like methadone. It didn't specifically, I think, state Suboxone, but that's a treatment that you offer at one of your other facilities. What would really prevent you from expanding the scope of the treatments that you offer on the property once the special exception permit's been granted.
Well, yeah, there should be a clarification there. I'm not involved in the distribution of methadone. I am not involved in the distribution of Suboxone. I think what you're referring to is someone misunderstood the website that says that I will allow a client to come here getting off of Suboxone. We don't administer Suboxone or treat people who are looking to get on Suboxone. That might have been a misunderstanding there.
Okay, yeah, how does that not, that did not answer my question.
Yeah, that's
Peter-
not what I do.
Yeah.
That's a procedure that you need to have a different license, a medical license for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next up I have Robbie Washburn. Go ahead, Robbie.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Jen Washburn.
Yes, we can.
Okay, that was not Robbie Washburn. He's my son. So I just want to say that. Sorry, guys. I'm on his computer. First time Zoomer, so that's what happened. Sorry. So I'm at 68 Northwood, and I had questions that are related to one another, related to there was a mention of signage that might be on until 10 in the evening, and then there was discussions of evening sessions. My question, and then I have a follow-on question, relates to, will there be additional lighting in the evening to support those later evening sessions? And also, can someone explain to me about what type of lit signage there might be for a facility like this?
My understanding here is there was a concern about what our sign would look like and how late it would be on. And I merely said that it would be like what's there currently, and it would definitely be off. The sign being turned off at 9 or 10 is no difference to me, but it could be earlier. But we stated that we would have it turned off by 10, which is a typical number, because that's what the blinking lights and all that do that at 10 o'clock. Yeah.
And the overall lighting of the parking lot?
We don't intend, yeah, I have no plans to add any lighting. To my understanding, it's sufficient. If something would be a problem, I think we would know about it from the school and the property owner. But at this point in time, the lighting that we have is sufficient. Yeah, I wouldn't be adding.
My follow-on question has to do with, are cars allowed overnight in the parking lot? Because currently, from a safety and security perspective, with the current hours, that parking lot remains vacant, with free of cars, free of people that might be in those cars. How would that be maintained, that there would be no cars parking there overnight, which would allow the police to, of course, observe if there was a suspicious vehicle?
Yeah, well, that's an absolute for a therapy office. There's no one that's allowed to have an overnight car. We don't allow property remain on the office site. Yeah. So if there was a car there, just for the community to know, if there was a car there, we'd want to notify someone, because they should be removed. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Ron, we have one new speaker with their hand up, Jack Wagner. Go ahead, Jack. Jack, if you're there, you just need to unmute yourself. Okay. So I think what I'll do, Ron, if it makes sense to you, is maybe return to Attorney Rickman. Does that make sense to you?
I think it does. And
Okay.
then we'll go from there. But I think I would like to, call a halt around 8:45, but we'll see
Okay.
how we're doing.
Okay, Attorney Rickman, you're unmuted and able to speak.
Well, good evening and thank you for hearing me at this late hour, although I'm sure you're pretty used to this by now. When I saw the application, the zoning application, I saw that the statement of use referred to low to moderate severity psychiatric disorders. And I knew just from past experience that in order to establish a new facility, that there would have to be a certificate of need, which is obtained from the Department of Public Health. And so I looked and sure enough, there was an application. And during this COVID-19 crisis, the governor issued an executive order that allowed for entities to seek a waiver of their con application. And so this particular applicant, Wildwood Behavioral Health LLC, submitted an application for a waiver. And so in that application, it's required to state with specificity what it's going to do. And I think that the comments so far, the questions so far about the vagueness are very well taken. But I don't think that the true intended use is vague at all because it's stated in a sworn statement. Now, earlier, Mr. Rockholt stated that he prepared that application and submitted it. But actually, if you look at it, it's Exhibit B to our objection. It's sworn to under oath by Dr. Hinckley. So it's his statements under oath. And when he is asked to specify what licenses that they will be obtaining from the Department of Public Health, what he specifies is a psychiatric outpatient clinic for adults. And so I think Commissioner Madison's earlier concerns are not only well taken, but directly on point. This is a clinic. That's what it's going to be because that's what it's going to be licensed as by the state. And I looked, and if you go on the Department of Public Health website, you'll see the licensures that can be obtained. And one of them is exactly that, psychiatric outpatient clinic for adults. Now, if this is a clinic, as he has sworn that it will be, because that's the license he's going to obtain, then I think that the relevant zoning provision is not the office provision in 5.4D, but it squarely falls under 5.4G. And the staff comments that were filed this morning make clear, and it's also clear if you read 5.4G, that if it's a clinic, it has to be 100 feet from the property line, and it's not. So I actually think that that is simply outcome determinative, and it's sort of game over with that issue. But beyond that, I got to tell you, when you go through the application that's filed with the state, these are the services that are going to be provided. It's addiction medicine, partial hospital treatment. It's to free up beds at inpatient, detox, and intensive residential facilities that offer medically necessary 24-hour treatment. It's to treat a static capacity of 12 in an intensive program and 36 outpatient clients. And it is to alleviate bed days at hospital emergency department services and specialty inpatient, including detox facilities, by offloading addiction and psychiatric patients to these partial hospital services. So what's happening is the offloading addiction and psychiatric patients from inpatient facilities to this facility. I'm just shocked at the difference between what has been represented and the vagueness that's been represented in the zoning application and what has been filed with the state. It cannot be reconciled. And I think that you know, whether you want to call this a partial hospital or a clinic, either way, under subsection G, is prohibited. And your subsection G excludes hospitals for the mentally ill or for alcohol or drug addicts. What's being described here is, you know, drug addicts is an old term, but the new term, you know, is substance abuse treatment. It's the same thing. I mean, that's what's going on. It's going to be to treat, it's a clinic to treat addicts and to provide partial hospital services. And it's barred. And I think it's, you know, frankly, appealable. So I don't see that it's even an issue of discretion, to be honest. So that's, you know, I'm an advocate, but I mean, that's the way I see it. Now, you know, moving beyond that, I think that the general disparity in what has been described in the zoning application and what's being represented to the state is so great that I'm just, I'm not going to accuse anybody of dishonesty, but what I said in the objection is that it's understated and there are material omissions, and that's what's going on here. And I think that all the vague answers you've heard, it points up exactly that problem. Also in the submission to the state says it's going to be a private freestanding facility for the care and treatment of substance abuse or dependent persons. Now, the way that the zoning application is written is that is a little bit different than that. And it's, you know, the substance abuse is sort of including substance abuse in a parenthetical. But from what I can see from what's been filed with the state, this is a substance abuse center that it just runs afoul of the provisions. Now, even if the commission decided that it had discretion, that it is a permitted use, and I just, quite honestly, when you read what they're going to do, I frankly don't see how you could try to fit this under subsection D for banks and professional offices. I mean, that's not what this is. But even if you decided you had discretion, as you know, you've heard, we represent practically the entire subdivision, 23 of the 29 homes, and even those that didn't engage us, many of them wrote separately. So literally the entire subdivision that surrounds this, you know, clinic is opposed to it. And you know, for legitimate reasons. There's safety reasons, there's security reasons. Now, you know, with all due respect to Ms. Arminia, she went on and on about the grocery store across the street. Well, across the street, if I look at your zoning maps, across the street is a rural shopping district. It's specifically zoned for that purpose. This is not. This is rural residential. And the current office, which is on Wildwood, there's a special section in your zoning regulations for that complex. I mean, we all go to that complex. I go to Quest to get my blood drawn next door. You know, that it's a medical, there's all kinds of medical offices there. But that's not here. And, you know, so a dentist office next door has nothing to do with what this is. And so I think that, you know, this is just totally inappropriate. Now, let's see, on the hours, there have been a lot of talk about the hours. I mean, the community is entitled to rely on the application that's filed. And the application that's filed, and I don't care whether it's in the statement of use or it's in the proposed signage section, says straight out that they're proposing their hours until 10 p.m. Okay, so this is going to be, you know, a treatment center for drugs open till 10 o'clock at night, conceivably every day of the week. I mean, it's just an unfair burden on the community, which is filled with, you know, children, elderly people. They don't want it. Now, Ms. Arminia made some statements as though were you to deny it, it would be, you know, an abuse of discretion, or, you know, she's trying to set up some kind of standard. The leading Supreme Court case in Connecticut addressing, you know, special permit applications, it is a case that we cited in our opposition, and it specifically is a situation in which residents expressed these exact same concerns that you've been hearing tonight. And the Supreme Court of Connecticut upheld the commission's denial of the application. And in that situation, it wasn't even a required denial. It was a discretionary situation. So, you know, I mean, Dr. Hinckley said that he's going to keep his other office. He already operates Wildwood Farms. He's got at least 2 facilities in town already. You know, this does not need to be here, and I don't think it can be here. So I think that's really, you know, those are the main points that I wanted to make.
Thank you, Attorney Rickman. And that might be, I would ask the applicant, but there was a lot of information that I suspect can't be answered off the top of your head, Katie. Would this be an appropriate time to continue the public hearing and allow you time to digest what Attorney Rickman said and pick it up at our next planning and zoning meeting, and then continue with the comments from the public and more questions from the commission?
Sure, sure. Let me just say 2 things. Number one, certainly Peter Rockwells is the expert in regards to the licensure, and some of the characterizations by Attorney Rickman, I don't think are accurate, and I think that those need to be heard out before we adjourn. Number 2, my client is bound in an option agreement right now, and the landlord's financial interest will be impacted, and I can't speak for them, by virtue of the continuance. So I don't want to speak for them, but I know that the longer this matter gets delayed, there's an empty property sitting up there, and the landlord is going to be without rent, and that further kicks the can down the street in regards to the time required to get licensure. So those are the detrimental impacts on our side, but we welcome comment. We wanted the public to engage with us, and Dr. Hinckley had invited that, and only one person had contacted us. So this is a wonderful opportunity, but I don't want it to become something where it's a continued meeting after meeting. And, you know, I'd like to be able to address all these issues. Certainly let Peter address the issue that Attorney Rickman had made light of in regards to his argument.
Well, I want to be fair, certainly to the applicant. I also want to be fair to the applicant who is also hearing before you tonight, who undoubtedly face the type of issues that you talk about. I'm not talking about dragging it on, but, you know, having been at these rodeos a few times, I don't think to suspect that all the information and questions, if you will, that Attorney Rickman raised could be answered off the top of anyone's head related to the license. I just don't see how we could get this resolved tonight. And one other, believe we could.
Yeah. A quick question I could respond to is, you know, with all respect to Attorney Rickman, you know, I'm an ethicist by nature. And so if I'm speaking vague, it's because you're talking about absolutes. And when you would talk about absolutes, that's a different thing. So I'll try not to be as professorial. But as far as the language on that exemption clause, you know, that is language very specific to the industry for those cons. And that isn't necessarily the language that you would commonly use in describing the industry, like uploading and downloading clients. Basically, what that means is someone has finished one program and now we have a program to go to. So I don't want the language of the con, which is very specific, to make this become escalated into something it's not. In no way am I understating what I'm doing I know what I'm doing. I'm successful at doing it. And, you know, this idea that there's a cloak and dagger thing going on, it's just not the case. It just doesn't make sense.
Thank you. But I just sense, and I can ask the commission, your thoughts. Dave, if we were to, you know, continue the public hearing, could we go to the planning meeting?
Yeah, we could. So that would be on June 4th at 7 PM, which would be 2 weeks from now. And, you know, I think we've, you know, in light of, I think, for both the applicant's benefit, but also think the neighborhood's benefit, I think everybody would like to understand what the resolution to this will ultimately be. So I think advancing it to the planning meeting might be appropriate. It would be a 2-week time frame for a continuance.
Rather than putting it off a month. Katie, is that something you'd be acceptable to?
I'm acceptable to that. I will relay this to Landlords Council. I know they're anxious. I know that they're on board with us, so they'll certainly cooperate. I mean, I want everyone to have a voice in this. It's the only way that this fairly can be dealt with.
But quite frankly, I don't see the Landlords Council having a dog in this hunt. That's a whole other issue that doesn't affect us. We have an obligation to take the time to do this properly. And to think the landlord might try and influence it.
No, just that they have a financial stake in terms of how long this property goes unrented. So again, I don't claim to speak for them. I just know that they were very persistent about us trying to move forward very quickly. In fact, I know that the agent had reached out to Dave Anderson and other members of his department. And so we just tried to get this on the books sooner as on account of what they wanted.
Sure. Absolutely. We don't want it to drag on either. This isn't a stretch them out, tire them out type of contest. But we want to do it correctly and give everybody time to the appropriate way. And I just thank you for understanding that 2 weeks it's not the end of the world. But I suppose when it comes to collecting the rent, that's, it seems like it's close, but it's not there. So maybe it falls under the you don't have to pay rent executive orders. We can help. But if the commission is in agreement with that, I would entertain a motion to continue the public hearing from someone and we could discuss it if necessary.
Dave, quick question. Does this application fall under our 65-day statutory limit to resolve?
So there was an executive order that's still in effect that it grants another 90 days beyond that. But in general, yeah, the regular time limits are still in effect, but we'd have additional time if necessary.
I don't think that's not in jeopardy, even without the extension.
Oh, no. We're well within our time frame. We're holding the public hearing upon receipt of the application, so we're not in any jeopardy of that.
It's a good question, Joel. So would anybody care to make a motion? Any commissioner willing to make a motion to continue the public hearing? Commissioner Mathers, your hand raised. You're muted.
So I would count that as a motion from John.
I second.
Yes, I'll move that we commute the public hearing to the next planning meeting in 2 weeks.
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I want to thank you for your understanding. I know it's not what you wanted us to do, but I think it's no question the best thing to do. And with what Attorney Rickman just raised, you might need the time or want time to, collect your. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ron. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Dave, why don't I give you about 3 minutes to start fiddling around with the screens and getting the.
Perfect. Yeah, if everybody from the second application panelist team could start coming on.
And we'll open that in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Dave, are you there?
I can hear you, Duo. It's Ron Clark.
Ron, can I just test out the share aspect of just while we're in?
Yeah,
not
go
a
ahead,
sec-
Duo. I am here. Go ahead.
Can I just see if my share works?
Yes, go for it.
Huh. It's not working. Is that on?
Well, it's on. We see some color bars.
That's it. Okay, great. Then I will stop sharing.
Geez, I've seen that structure before.
There you go.
Okay, Dave, I'll wait for you cue when you think we're ready to go.
I'm just checking. Marjorie, do you think you guys are ready on your end?
I believe so.
Okay, yeah, I believe we're ready. And just before I forget to mention to the commission, we had a peak of 104 attendees at the meeting, and we have 74 at the moment. It was, yeah, so just so everybody's aware. So Ron, I'll let you queue up the next application. Would you like to?
Sure, I would. And let me, I don't know whether these are 74 new viewers or 74 remaining viewers, but at some point I will explain how the public hearing works. Maybe I could just summarize it now for those who might be new. Public hearing format. First, the applicant will present the information on their application, graphics and so on. That'll be followed perhaps during, but certainly after, with questions from the commissioners about what they've spoken about and showed us. When that's completed or virtually completed, we will then ask the public for any questions they may have. We're not asking for input as to their position on the project. In fact, that's not the time to do it. But any questions that they may have as a result of the presentation. And then we will reach the point where the public then will be allowed to, and I'll be a separate section, where they will be allowed to express their feelings one way or the other about the project itself. So that's how it flows, and how to do it on Zoom and so forth. Dave will explain when we get to the point of the questions, and we'll go from there. So with that, let me start the public hearing. It's application 20-05 plus a coastal site plan for 908 and 916 Post Road, map 39, lots 3 and 4 in the R2 district. The owner applicant is the General's Residence at Madison LLC. It's a special modification, with coastal site plan and application for deposit of material to modify a previously approved 9-unit small cluster housing development pursuant to section 3.12 of the town of Madison's zoning regulations. And for this hearing, I will seek Peter Roos to represent Brian Richardson. Dave, do you want to take a minute and explain exactly what the zoning parameters we're dealing with here tonight before we talk to the applicant?
Yeah, briefly, this is a section of our regulations entitled small cluster housing, and it is a use that's allowed by special exception in areas that are 500 feet from our commercial districts. And so, requires a minimum of 2 acres of property, which this site meets. And there's density limitations of 1 unit per 10,000 square feet. And that's kind of the general parameter. So there was a previous application submitted to amend those regulations regarding the setbacks. That application was withdrawn. So this special exception permit is being submitted under the regs that the Planning and Zoning Commission approved last.
Thank you. Thanks for saying that. For the applicant. would you
Good
care-
evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I'm Attorney Marjorie Shancy, and I'm here representing the General's residents at Madison LLC in connection with those applications to modify the special exception for a small single-family cluster residential development, as you noted. We are also seeking a special permit to deposit material and for coastal site plan review. I'm here this evening with Tim Herbst and Adam Greenberg, who are principals in the LLC. I'm here with Mr. Sal Maritoli, who is a consultant and investor in the development and who brings 40 years of shoreline development experience with him. I'm with Tom Stevens, who is the development engineer from Stevens and Associates, architect duo Dickinson, who needs no introduction, and with John Cunningham from TEC Landscape Design. And each of these gentlemen is going to discuss their respective plans with the commission. Prior to this evening, we were with the Advisory Committee on Community Appearance on May 12th. And after a fascinating and detailed and robust conversation, the committee voted to recommend the design of the proposed development to this commission. But Mr. Dickinson will be continuing the dialogue with ACCA as he moves forward in refining and finalizing design. In anticipation of this meeting this evening, I have prepared a letter which I submitted through Mr. Anderson. It's dated May 19th, and it includes several exhibits that I would just like to enumerate. The first is a restated use statement. And in that document, I went through the criteria A through N in section 3.12 of the Madison zoning regulations to demonstrate the consistency of the proposed development with those regulations. And that includes a narrative about historic features and architectural plans and, well, every element between A through N. The second letter in the, or the second exhibit in the letter I wrote is from John Cunningham. And that letter is in specific response to a condition of the approval from last May, in which John describes the buffer planting and invasive species control. You may remember that when you unanimously approved the single family small cluster development or the small single family cluster development, that was one of the conditions of approval. The third document is the on-site investigation from David Lord, certified soil scientist and environmental consultant, relating to the boundary of the riparian boundary. And we also have a letter, item number 4, which is a soil investigation from Robert C. Russo that was done this month to verify the wetland situation there. The next exhibit is the Natural Diversity Database Determination Letter, which concluded that they anticipated no negative impacts to state listed species in connection with the proposed development. And finally, a structural conditions report from Michael Horton Associates, who are consulting structural engineers, dated May 19th, relating to the condition of the general's residence. So with these documents and with all of the plans that the commission is going to, well, has had on file, but is going to see discussed this evening, the applicant has demonstrated eligibility for the permits that it seeks. In my letter, I include a reasonably full discussion of the considerations under the Coastal Management Act that are at play on this property. The Development represents an appropriate balance of conservation and economic growth, or at least respect for the natural environment and sound economic growth. And the analysis that I perform at the bottom of page 2 on 22A-9317, which is the adverse impact on future water dependent uses, the statute includes several elements that are determinant of whether something is going to create an adverse impact on future water dependent development opportunities. And the answer in this case is a resounding no, because none of the features that the statute calls out are present in this case. So all of this gets us to the final page of my letter, which I hope you will have had or do have an opportunity to review. And that is, I go through the various sections of your regulations, section 3.12, section 25.3.6 of the regulations relating to the CAM finding that the commission is required to make. And then for section 9.3.6 relating to the request to provide material to the site. And each of those sections has been addressed, and the application is a reflection of consistency with those sections. I want to comment, because I neglected to, with further respect to the CAM application, that we do provide public access in this proposal. It is the public access that was part of the approved application last year, a viewing area. And we also, consistent with your conditions of approval in the 2019 application, we have provided this riparian buffer, which will provide protection to the tidal wetlands. So with that, I also want to say that I have given to Mr. Anderson a copy of the building official's unsafe notice, which is dated May 11th. I referred to it in the restated use statement, but had not supplied it. Now, the applicant has engaged in a lot of community outreach with neighbors and with others, which the team members are going to describe when they speak with the commission. There is high community interest in this development, and you have received many letters about it from members of the community, and some have gone to great length to express, in some cases, their enthusiastic support for the development. And Mr. Meritoli is going to talk to you about that in more detail. Both the Madison Historical Society and the Madison Historic District Commission have provided letters to the commission, and we have been, not myself, but the development team has been in touch with both of those agencies or entities. And Mr. Dickinson will talk about that in his presentation. I would like to bookend our presentation and summarize at the conclusion. And of course, we are very eager to hear your questions and the community's questions. And with that, if you have no questions right now, I would pass the Zoom on to Mr. Meritoli.
Thank you very much. Mr.
Okay, well, thank you, Marjorie, and thanks to the commission as well. I'm Sal Meritoli with the General's Residence at Madison LLC. And I just want to take a moment to give you a little background and talk a little bit about how we got to this point where we're making requests for some modifications of a previously approved project. When we became involved, we thought the project was really creative, some really interesting vision involved. Certainly love the whole idea of being within walking distance of town. As Marjorie mentioned, I've got several decades of shoreline development, and I know that this type of project is really what many people are looking for right now. The whole notion of being able to walk to a village and hopefully one day go to the restaurants and get coffees and buy a newspaper is really a very special thing for people who are lucky enough to do this. But we had a couple questions, and we did a very soft launch of the project as it stood. And interestingly enough, we were thrilled because several Madison residents, current Madison residents, very quickly expressed an interest in being part of this project. However, they had three concerns, and all of them had the same concern, or the same set of concerns. One of them was the concern over detached garages. Many of the folks asked if it were possible to put an attached garage or a carport at the unit. Reasons obvious, walking from a detached garage in the dark, walking from a detached garage in bad weather, just a whole safety and convenience issue. Second thing they asked about was that most of the folks that were interested initially were of an age where first floor bedrooms were really an important factor to them. And frankly, several of them asked if the designs could be a little more interesting. And so we took that information and thought about it, thought how we might work a little bit to hopefully address some of those issues. Secondly, we felt that the original plan really lacked in-depth input from neighboring property owners. So we worked very closely with a group of neighbors. We had very honest and open discussions. We listened very carefully to their concerns. Many of them had great suggestions. We incorporated as many of those suggestions into the revised project, and we really think it will make for a better project for all of us. And then finally, with regard to the home known as the General's Residence, we felt that the original idea of dressing up the front of the house and leaving a decaying interior just wouldn't work, nor would an attempted rebuild. Our plan is to remove the current structure and work closely with your historical society to rebuild a historically accurate, code-compliant structure in its place. Our revised plan includes designs that respond to the request of those hoping to live here, as well as the neighboring property owners. We're providing additional protection of the wetland. Our intent is not only with regard to the wetland, not only to do no harm, but to leave the wetland in better condition than it is now. We're reducing the impervious surface. We're adding additional landscape buffering for screening of neighboring homes. We even moved one of our homes at the request of a neighbor. And we also plan to rework the small island at the very end of East Worth Road. There's a little asphalt line triangular island there with a couple of directional signs there that if we get your permission and permission from DOT, we've included it in our landscape plan. As Marjorie mentioned, I think, there was some discussion, well, who are these folks? And I think the team is really excellent. I'd like to underscore what Marjorie had mentioned. Your architect, to me, in every project, the three key people are the architect, the engineer, and the landscape architect. All three of them, Madison people. Your developer is from Brantford, and your builder's from Clinton with a phenomenal reputation, absolutely beautiful work. If any of you know a project called the Hammocks, take a ride through and you'll see the quality of work that we plan on delivering. So as stated, at the very beginning, our intent is simply to make a good project better. We're going to begin the detailed presentation with a discussion of the changes or the overview of the site plan. So I'm going to toss it over to the Stevens Group and let Tom Stevens and his folks take you through it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sal. For the record, I'm Thomas A. Stevens. I'm a professional engineer and land surveyor. I'm licensed here in Connecticut. My office is at 141 Durham Road. My camera's a little bit askew, so I'm going to be off-center to see what I'm presenting. And this will be not a maiden voyage, but close to it. Here while reading the stream. How's that? Get a picture up here. Top left. I wait for a picture to generate it. I know it was there this afternoon. Marjorie had gone over a lot of the items, and I think I've got 4 pages of notes, and I know some of these notes are going to be redundant, but I think I would rather be redundant than leave stuff out. So at the end of my input, I'd like to make sure that everything has been put on board. I'm just going to try here again to get something up. Yeah, I'm going to close it and reopen, then I'm going to reach out to you if you've got any of my drawings. Let's see what happens.
I don't have them, actually. I think Dave has them.
Yeah, Tom, I do have them, but why don't you take your time? I mean, this is new technology, so we'll be patient. And if you can't pull it up, I can try to pull it up on my end.
All righty. Of course, it worked until game time, so I can put it on this.
So just one little comment. I've been doing these kinds of presentations a lot lately, and a little piece of insight that someone said to me when I was struggling to get something up on a screen is, to the person who's trying to present and struggling, it seems like an eternity, but for the rest of us, it's just a couple seconds.
Oh, I thought it was pushing an hour.
Well said.
No, you're okay, Tom. You're okay.
Can you see my puzzled look, or am I not on? Am I doing an audio and visual right now?
Your face is on.
Okay, space is on and you can hear me. I mean, that's good. It'd be a lot more interesting to be able to see this stuff going through it. Yeah, let me try one more. Shouldn't have taken more of the rabbit's foot down to the bone. Drainage report can fill petition. Dave, I think I could talk long enough to get through most items if you could give me sheet
Yeah,
4.
let me give it a shot.
Tom, can I interrupt for a second?
Certainly.
Do you want us to go to Duo or, oh, here you go.
I have it up now. So Tom, you just tell me where you want to go and I'll try to get you there.
All right. Now I don't have you on my screen.
Tom, would you prefer that we have Duo go next or John
No,
Cunningham?
let me try this, Dave. I don't know if this is from you or from me. That's your cursor up on the Boston Post
Yeah,
Road.
this is me.
All right. Well, let's do this and we'll go with it. If you can go to sheet 4 of that plan.
Okay. Just a little bit of delay in it getting there.
That's all right. My delay was an hour. Oh,
Oops, sorry, went too far.
Yeah.
You want to go back?
A little bit more. That's the one I'm looking for.
These one up a little bit higher.
Yeah, right there. It's good. That's perfect.
Okay.
All right. Thank you all for bearing with me. To lighten my mood, if you notice the purple in the center of the housing, the test pit results is extra subsurface galleries, but that's there by mistake. It's not by design. Top of the site, as you know, is located at the northeast corner of East Wharf Road, Boston Post Road. The northern portion of the site, there's a sidewalk that's going to run across from west to east to a future viewing area. I'll go to my notes at this point. We're seeking approvals for special exception permit modification, a CAM approval, and a deposit of material approval. I'm going to talk through the site, and I think there's pieces of each of the talk that will apply to each of those 3 applications. if I were to do each application on its own, it would be redundant for sure. So I should be judged as to whether I'm thorough going through the site and getting all the information out. The apparent differences in the applications besides architecture are as follow. Each application was proposing 9 single-family units. This application will only have 8 buildings because the general's residence will have 2 units within it. So it'd be the general's residence plus 8 individual units for a total of 9 units. The impervious coverage existing on the site would be general's residence, and the home to the east is 13,174 square feet. The original approval back in May of 2019 was 29,000 square feet of impervious coverage, which is referred to as a 221% increase over existing. Our current application is 26,533 square feet, which is a 201% increase over the current situation. It's some 2,560 square feet less impervious cover. As you look at the CAM application, which is part of the record, you'll notice that the impervious coverages we're looking for in this application are 221%. The original building coverage was 12.36%. When I say building coverage, we're talking about floor areas of the buildings. In this case, it's 15%, which is the allowable. The prior application with 2-bedroom units, these are 3-bedroom units. As Marge had mentioned, or perhaps Sal did, the parking now, there's not detached parking as there was. There's now attached or garages within for 18 spaces for the project. There's a curb cut up underneath the word Boston Post Road. There's a little trapezoid there, if you can see it on our property. That's a third curb cut on Boston Post Road, which we'll be eliminating with this proposal. So there'll be a total of 3 curb cuts to serve our 9 units. 2 will be using the existing curb cuts on Boston Post Road. The third one will be at the southwest corner of the property on East Wharf Road. Earlier applications, some of the units were slabs on grade, some were crawl spaces, some were basements. In this case, all of the units will have basements. And in the cases of the northeasternmost unit, the middle unit on the east side, the southeastern unit, and the unit just to the southwest, just to the East Wharf side of the subsurface stormwater system, those will have basements. A couple of them will have walkouts by virtue of the 4,500 cubic yards of fill that we're bringing on site. The majority of that fill, as you can see by the proposed contours down by the, so I'm trying to point it, it's not going to work. It's right in the middle, the big purple rectangle, Dave, is right in there, and that area is where the bulk of the 2,500 cubic yards is going to be deposited and spread out to be used throughout the site, but specifically there. Trucks will come in by the word east on East Wharf Road, and they'll exit by the western curb cut underneath the US on the Route 1. I see truck traffic being mostly the northern 300 feet of East Wharf Road. And I see it going Route 1, probably to Route 79, maybe Route 1 due east, depending upon where the final location is going to be. And I think I-95. So I don't see any traffic going down East Wharf Road beyond our own curb cut. 2,500 yards at 16 yards a truck is 156 truckloads. I see the build out being perhaps 2 years. The trucks, 10 truckloads a day for 16 days. So it wouldn't have to be 10 loads a day. It wouldn't have to all be done in 16 days. Just trying to give you a sense of volume of what 2,500 yards is all about. The hauling hours or the trucking hours, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Saturday. I'm reading from my crib sheet here. I said, unless otherwise, if the commission wanted to change those hours, I'm open to that. We're open to that, I'm sure. The next item is the stormwater management, which is the purple rectangle in the middle of the site. And that's to offset the increase in imperviousness. And what that requires we do is make sure that the post-development runoff rates are equal to or less than the existing rates. And in a perfect world, I would have gone to page 2 of my drainage report and demonstrated that for each of the flows, the 2, the 5, the 10, 25, 50, 100-year flows, because of the mitigation, because of the routing involved within that purple subsurface system, the off-site flows, which will go ultimately down to a level spreader just off the southeast building. It's a banana-shaped thing, Dave, put your pointer down there. Great, that's it. That flow is going to come through the purple system. It's going to exit at that point where the pointer was. The level spreader is 20 feet long, it's 8 feet wide, it's a foot deep. That water will flow, sheet flow, 40 feet down to the tidal wetland. It'll be about an inch, inch and a half deep in a 100-year storm. Once again, I had the flow summaries on page 2 of the drainage report, which is part of the record. It's captured here in electrons. As soon as this meeting's over, I'll watch it till midnight. The units, one of the meetings with the neighbors, they had questions regarding the size of things and the storage capability. That purple system will hold 9,171 cubic feet of water, which equates to 68,599 gallons. And my analogy is water goes in there like a shower head into a tub, and we just throttle the tub outlet so that the adjoining marsh doesn't know that the development has increased water because of the throttle. Under my CAM heading, I had wetland evaluation report by Bob Russo of Cummings, Lafayette, and Associates in Norwich. We had hoped to have that this evening. We do not have that, so that would be available. He's done a review of what we're proposing. He's reviewed John Cunningham's work. He's on board with John's work. He's going to do his own evaluation of the wetlands, which would include what we're doing. That's not available as of this evening. The sidewalk along Route 1 would stop at the viewing area. There's 2 proposed benches. It's always been, people talk about a viewing platform. It's not a viewing platform. It's 2 benches were proposed with a pertinent signage. There's a viewing lanes to be maintained. So the viewing lane is being maintained as part of the Tech Landscapes mitigation process for the wetland buffer. Marcy Valent, the state DEP, she reviewed it back in March of last year. She said the viewing area should be deed restricted in perpetuity. Should have 1 parking spot. Our feedback with the neighborhood was that very little or no interest in having any parking related to the viewing area. We talked about perhaps having a bike rack. I cannot speak for the neighbors, and if numbers don't lie, there's plenty of them here to speak for themselves. But I think there might be a considerable amount of neighborhood opposition to even the viewing benches. The coastal resources are general resources, which is this entire site plan. Coastal hazard area, which is AE 12. Dave, if you can find the flood line in there, you're a better man than I. Might go to an earlier sheet.
You want to scroll up, Tom?
Yeah, yes, please. Oh, that's good for me. That's good for both of us. We're working off the detail, not the real drawing. I apologize. That was my second strike. That's the plan we should have had. Okay, once again, Dave, if you just humor me and just trace along the tidal wetlands along the eastern side there, just to show where they are.
Yeah, here's this blue line right here, right, Tom?
Yep. Yep. Then the green rectangles are the septic systems. And each one will have its own rectangle and then a dotted rectangle, which is a reserve system. All the tanks will be 1,000 gallon tanks. The flood line is an inner, I don't know why I'm pointing. The flood line is AE12, which is just nips the southeast corner of the southeastern building. Goes up to toward the buildings more. If you can get to the southeast corner of that southeast building, right by the level spreader.
Over here, Tom, you want to go down a little
Yes,
bit?
right where you had it. Just follow the flood line up so you can see where it is. Well, there it is.
Yeah.
The elevation, the blue line over the 12 contour. Just go toward the top of the page if you backed on it.
I'm sorry, Tom, you gotta give me a little more direction. What would you like to do?
I want to take unit number 5.
Yep.
The corner that goes right by there. Right there is yellow. That's the flood line. And if you just trace that blue line up through the site, there you go. That's elevation 12. So our units respect the 12, except when you come over to unit 6, you'll see the 12 goes through it. Unit 6 being the southwest corner over by East Ward area. That's the flood line. The proposed grading we're showing is going to have the effect of removing that building from the flood zone when it is constructed. We'll have to go to DEP to get a letter of bath amendment to do that. Coastal waters are another coastal resource, which would be Fence Creek. Shorelands are lands upon the site and adjacent to the site, which are above the elevation 12 flood zone. Tidal wetlands, Dave is just kind enough to show us the limit of the tidal wetlands. I apologize for the hiccup, and I apologize for using a key map to do the point out things, but the ingredients are the same. This is a more user-friendly scale. The purple being stormwater, the green along the bottom, John Cunningham will tell us more. There's an existing row of arborvitae, and we're going to supplement it with a secondary row going along the Rafferty property line from east to west. And I think at this point, I'd like to, unless there's questions, I'd like to introduce Duo to go through the architecturals. Thank you, Dave.
No problem.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Ron.
So I'm Duo Dickinson. I'm the architect. I am speaking from the Fortress of Solitude at 94 Bradley Road, where I've owned a building and worked out of it for 32 years. And I live at 945 Boston Post Road. And that's about 600 feet from this site for the last 36 years. And I see this site every day. And so when the developers came to talk to me, my first response is pretty simple, which is that if you want to hire me as an architect, I really must insist that no matter what, you need to recreate the general's residence. I've been in it 3 years before, had a client offer $900,000 in cash for it with no contingencies, and the owners turned it down. So the high cost of acquisition and the high cost of development meant that a meticulous single-family restoration of this building was simply not feasible. And since the building is not protected either by an historic district or by National Historic Designation, the alternative is to use this moment of empowerment to actually determine the future of the general's residence as an historic entity. The goal of this project is to use the general's residence really as the jewel in the crown of the entire development. We really want to make this building really be what it should be from its entire history. So we've engaged Todd Bryant to take a look at the building. This is from the basement 2 years ago. Bob Gunderson took this photograph. I and the building inspector and several contractors refused to go beyond a certain point in the building because the floors are literally held up by nails and friction. And we realized that if we were going to meticulously save this entire building, and any building can be saved, there's no doubt about it, the level of reconstruction would render it such that there'd be very little that could be visible from its origins to anyone that would be inside or outside of it. So in engaging Todd Bryant, who has taken over 400 photographs, going back to take more, we're documenting the building just as the building that was demolished for the library was documented and made into part of a living history of a building that had to be removed. That sense of keeping history translates also to the building, in that we really want to take the porches that are here and the doors, remove them, and then put them up back onto the new building that we have to build that will fit this existing context exactly. So the goal is to recreate the General's residence just like Colonial Williamsburg, authentically, with as much of the historic material as we can put back on it that is viable, and give back to the community this icon, which I've seen for the last 36 years, pretty much every day of my life. The idea is that by preserving the building's essence in its new construction, and by preserving the building's history in the documentation of its existence, we combine the fact of having a useful building with also venerating the past and recognizing the past. The alternative would be, since it's a not protected building, is to build 2 more houses on this site and just remove the building. That to me is unacceptable. That's not what I want to do. That's not what the developers want to do. We want to keep the presence of this building alive in Madison by reproducing it and by reusing as much of it as possible. And in fact, these last weeks, several people have come to us and said, can we have the frame and rebuild the frame somewhere? And the developers have said, absolutely. If somebody wants to take the frame, all the building parts that you can do, take it away. Secondly, I've talked to Preserve Connecticut and Preservation Connecticut, sorry, which was the Connecticut Trust for Historic Preservation. And as soon as the building can be made safe, we'd love to walk them through the Historical Society and the Historic Commission to walk through and remove any part of any of the building to either put as an exhibit or to reuse in the building when we actually finally make it. The letters that you'll see from the commission and from the society stipulate all the things that we've agreed to. And all the things you're going to see are in a way in response to the input that was had from this first proposal, which was the proposal that was approved last year, where you had buildings that wrapped around that light beige upper centered piece, which was essentially the box of the original Center Hall building that was there, and left fallow, left nice on the outside, but nothing on the inside, with a new wing on its end as a separate unit. This is what was shown, which is basically essentially Center Hall colonial shapes that march around the building with common parking, with a barn-like structure to the east, next to the building, the General's residence itself, where the basic box of the building is empty, with a new wing to the west. What we propose is to rebuild the building completely, fully used, using all the old components we can re-put onto the building, and maintain that private park, which faces due west, which essentially is a gift to the street and the town, and clustering 8 new buildings on this site, one of complete reproduction and recreation, the rest new. And of those, 6 are duets, are buildings that are a little bit tighter than what would normally be, which allows the rest of the landscape to be freed up. And in making these buildings, what we've tried to do is to create a common space at the center and to maintain precisely the perimeter that's given over to the town. The existing stone wall will be repaired. Parts of it will be filled and parts of it will be voided for walkways and actually just walkways. But it will essentially be made whole as it was when it was originally built. And what we tried to do is to make it so that in this overall plan that John will talk to you about, is to make the units have a commonality of a village within the town of Madison, each with its own private spaces, each with its own foliage, but also each sharing the entire property. And this is the old engineering plan that Tom just walked you through. And this is the beginnings of what we'd like to do with the residents. As you can see, part of the approvals process here would be that you would mandate that every specific aspect of the building will be exactly as it is today in its height, width, shape, everything. There will be nothing changed. We'll also be reusing the porches, and we'll be also asking the commission, the society, Preservation Connecticut, Todd Bryant, to basically say, determine how you want this exterior to be. What era do you want this building to be rebuilt to? We will make that happen. We're still working on the L that we have to add to the south to bring the square footage to where it needs to be. But essentially from the street, you will see pretty much what you see now, just plumb level and square and without any rotting parts. And the units involved are all master bedroom down, universal design in that progressive way that says anybody with any physical characteristics can use that first floor without any interruption of use. And the upper floors for the six of the units would be for 2 bedrooms and a living area for either returning kids or an office. And the downstairs would have a master suite. All the bedrooms would be ensuite baths. All of the living, dining, kitchen areas are open, and I've got tall ceilings. So the idea would be that you'd feel like you were in a large house, but all of these homes are 2,250 square feet or less. And they maintain the coverage limitation, and they maintain the usable square footage limitation that's part of this approval. The one interesting house that we're still working on is the carriage house that's directly to the east of the general's residence. In this case, we'd like to try to make it have a porch that's sympathetic to the general's residence, but have a shape which feels like an outbuilding and feels like it's different from the general's residence, but part of its genetic code. And if you take a look at the rest of the project, what we tried to do, if you see those black boxes all around to above and left and below, we tried to fit the patterning of the existing neighborhood so that the spaces between were not always wide and open like a suburban neighborhood, but tight like the Audubon Society is to the garage. And the spaces between could be broader, as you can see to the west, to the left, and to the center. Essentially, the street actually follows that, and you can see the patterning of the existing street of the north side of Route 1 and the patterning of Route 1 of this site down below it, in the sense that the heights are very regulated, they're modulated, the roofing types are differentiated. Entries all of them have porches. There's shadow, there's symmetries, but there's also visual activity. And when you go to East Wharf Road, there's a little bit more of a residential isolated character using wood cedar shingles and a dark roof to feel like the rest really of East Wharf Road. Focusing on Route 1, you can basically get the sense that the units that we're proposing do have these local centers and a larger center, the ones on the far left, have remote entries and have one driveway cut and enough parking easily for 2 cars per unit plus overflow parking in its motor court. So in making this, we tried to respect all the existing trees. There will have to be a few that go down. The tree at the back, we pruned it, but the tree in the back is in really terrible shape. And with the necessity to remove water, I'm not sure we can save the big tree in the back, but new trees are indicated on John's plan that would replace that. The units are typically, again, master bedroom down. They are 1.5-story units. They basically meet all the criteria of the code in any way you can think about it, and all have their siding called out so that in this approval, you can know that basically what we're showing is what we're going to build, subject to, of course, subject to ACA, because I'll be going back to ACA with final plans, and we'll be resolving many of the issues with both the carriage house, but mostly with the general's residence as we go through the project. So all the drawings that you have these materials called out. All the roofing will be done with a SHPO designation, meaning it doesn't look like fake stuff. It actually looks like a legitimate 3-tab, heavy gauge asphalt shingle so that it feels authentic and old. And during the process of design, where we, by the way, I want to make it clear, we've met with every single neighbor that we could, over 20 neighbors, direct neighbors. We've had about 20 individual meetings, probably involving over 80 or 90 people, depending on how many people are on the Zoom call. I've had personal safe meetings with masks and 6 feet away in the office with another dozen people. So we have made unbelievable efforts to get community interaction. And plus that, we met with 4 organizations, the society, the committee, the commission, ACA, and Preserve Connecticut. All have had meetings, discussions, and they've seen these drawings. They've seen actually what we're doing, and we've modified them based on their approval. John will walk you through the individual units, but between the units, we've clustered HVAC condensers, garbage containers, recycling bins, kayaks, bicycles, hoses, all the stuff you don't want to see happens between the units, behind a fence, and foliage. So even though these units are tight to each other, they also hide the things you don't want to see. In developing these units, we also realized that many people think that carports are great, and many people think that garages are great. So we developed a garage option that maintains the architectural integrity of the building, so that you could either have an open carport with no garage door facing the street, or you could actually have this garage that's recessed from the entry and allows you to have full coverage of the car. Part of this also will be using something called the International Well Building Institute's guidelines, which is a universal way to guarantee that both the interior and the exterior and the environmental quality of the building recognizes the importance of air, water, nourishment, light, fitness, comfort, and mind. It basically is an overlay of good design, which I've done for the last 40 years, I hope, but actually is a codification that enables people that are thinking about being here to know that all of these things have been thought about, addressed, and sanctioned by an independent agency. As you look at the entire complex, we've tried to do is to make these duets, these doubled up units, have both integrity but also expression. So you can see at the back, which is to the south side of the site, are 2 units that start out as 1 story because that's where the terrain is, and then they drop to 2 stories. These sets of entry facades have been greatly reviewed by ACA, and they actually could have garages but show carports here. And in the back, they drop down to get an incredible view of the salt marsh. And somebody asked today, do you think can we reduce the number of windows if we want to, a purchaser? And I would say absolutely. That one of the things about having an architect on board is that as you're selling these units, you want to make sure that with ACA's approval, we can modify these units so they feel like they're single family homes, not like they're a spec house. And again, all the materials are called out. You can see how this unit steps down. Here, the living is on the upper floor, the guest bedrooms and the guest bedroom sleeping areas on the bottom. This is what looks out over the salt marsh. And as you're looking back to the left, the East Wharf units have the same idea, which is essentially that they are contained, centered on each other, and actually are now 3.5 feet lower than our original presentation, and actually provide a nice complement to the house across the street, and actually are behind the existing stone wall, planting new trees where we have to take them down, and actually give this space, this public-private park really, back to Madison, or keeping it for Madison. using a lot of John's great plantings that we show. And again, this is the unit that uses either carports or garages and makes expression of the materials that are used. And essentially, it all comes back to the residents, because the truth is, this is about the fact that there's living history on this site that we want to maintain and extend. And to maintain and extend it means preserving what can be preserved and rebuilding what is new exactly to what is there now and exactly to what the historic community thinks is the best era. With that, I'm going to hit my stop share button, and I'm going to bring in John Cunningham, who will talk about the exterior.
Thank you, Duo.
Good evening, Chairman Clark, and the rest of the P&Z board. My first time on a Zoom meeting where I'm using my own boards. Can everyone see this?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Let's try this. Yeah, let's go to.
There you go. You got it.
How about that?
You got it.
Mr. Stevens, I'll be over later on tonight to show you how to do it.
I don't know if this is where we should meet.
I got another place in mind. Good evening. My name is John Cunningham. I'm the owner of TEC Landscape Design, located at 62 Wall Street in Madison, Connecticut. I have been working on this project for the last 3 or 4 years. I'll be a little bit more brief than Duo and Tom, but I'll walk you through the landscape. The overall plan really hasn't changed since the last application that the town approved. I've tweaked the plant material and the spacing of the plant material. But to start, I'll just go through some quick notes. Duo mentioned the trees on the site. We are going to try to keep as many trees as we can, okay? The trees that are going to stay are going to be the perimeter trees along Boston Post Road, along East Wharf, and along the marsh. On my plan here, you see EX existing, okay? You have 2 big sugar maples that are there, and you have an existing horse chestnut that are going to stay. You also have 3 large Norway spruce in the upper corner by Boston Post Road. The rest of the existing trees, sugar maple, horse chestnut, sugar maple, and on the neighboring property, 2 large sugar maples. We're proposing to plant new shade trees on this area. There's not a lot of area for large shade trees. I moved down in size to a medium shade tree. Acer rubrum compatric will have the same fall color as a sugar maple, just about, maybe a little bit more red. They are shown as the larger circles with branch structure on my plans. Okay. We've also introduced a number of ornamental trees. Ornamental trees would be a tree that would grow from maybe 25 feet and down, and would be more in scale with the units themselves. And there are probably 12 to 15 of those on the property. If you look at this planting bed, there are a couple areas of screening that I'll bring up. This is the corner of East Wharf. Maybe I'll start up here. This is the island that Sal talked about. We would like to turn this island into a green element. I won't bring up, I have a photograph of it. Right now it's a paved island with 2 cement signposts. I'm just going to throw it out there. I think the town probably should have worked on that a little bit longer or a while ago. We'd like to incorporate that in our plan to make that a really visible or pleasing visible point of the project. I think the planting bed here on the inside of the stone wall, okay, it should give some softening to the inside of the area. So the residences in here feel like they are kind of behind a little something. It is not a big evergreen wall. It would be both broadleaf evergreens and deciduous planting, a mixture of both. And I'm going to say that they'd probably be at maturity 8 to 9, maybe 9 to 10 feet down to the ground. Okay, so that would soften the area from East Wharf, which does get a lot of traffic both off of Birnbaum Lane and Route 1. Okay. Moving down East Wharf, existing sugar maple. I spec'd out, which I'll show you on the unit plans, Fothagelia and a form of ground cover on the inside of the wall. As we move down East Wharf a little bit further, we have an existing stand of dark American arborvitae. They're not in pristine condition. There's some broken limbs, but they are worth saving, and they give some great screening to the neighbor to the south. There are a couple areas that when we do some removal, all the existing deciduous trees along this hedge line, they have just seeded in. They're all Norway maple, which is on the state invasive list. They would be removed. And any gaps or holes in the area, we're proposing to use new arborvitae, same variety, dark American. It can probably be, we can probably put them in at 18 to 19 to 20 feet tall that would match about existing size. I went down there after our last ACA meeting and checked. The largest arborvitae on the hedge are 25 feet tall. That's just something to consider later on. The elevation on the neighbor's property is a little bit lower than our proposed elevation on the site, but I think with this large evergreen screen, he will really not see almost any of Unit 5. I'll go into each unit after I go over all the rest of the overall plan. While I have this plan up, maybe I'll bring up this buffer. Tom Stevens had talked about, I won't go through all the different underground water storage systems, but he talked about a basin, I call it like a plunge pool, where after those underground units fill up, it is going to disperse into this area down here where my mouse is, okay? It's a fairly large area. I think Tom said it was 8 feet wide by about 20 feet long. It's going to have probably a riverjack bottom and probably some plant material growing on the side of it. I don't think we would want people to get to it. That's why this area around the system would be planted, so it would kind of keep people away from that. The water in this, when it did fill up, would just slowly disperse back down to the marsh. The buffer area, my line right along here is, I think it's the CJL line or the coast or the mean high tide line. That would be the edge of any type of maintenance on this development. The whole area where my mouse is now would be a natural buffer. The plant material is listed on the second plant list up here, proposed buffer material, okay? There's about 850 different pieces of material. It could be more. You probably have about 9,000, 8,500 square feet of area. The grasses, sedges, and the smaller plant material would probably be planted 12 to maybe 18 inches apart. The woody ornamentals or shrubs and trees, they would all be spaced accordingly. But to start with, all that material cannot go into this buffer area until the invasive material is removed. And we made the same note on the last application. We'd like to take all of the branch structure and top area of all invasive material out. We'd like to park a machine here and remove all the root mass of the invasive material. Now, this might sound a little drastic. I've been doing this for 15 years with the wetland boards, Branford, Guilford, North Branford. When you remove invasive material, before you plant new material, you truly have to remove the root mass, okay? We are gonna save a couple features. There's a couple of large arrowwood viburnum up by the viewing platform that are gonna stay. There's a willow right about where my mouse is, it's gonna stay. The rest of the material along this buffer is all invasive material. There's Atlanthus, there's bittersweet, there's rose. But when I say remove material, the new material will be planted down to this line. The area past this line is the Phragmites. That is a different removal process. that is not where you can come in with a machine and actually physically remove the roof mass, because it's in a water environment. We would probably ask for the enlistment of like an all habitat company to come in and remove and then maintain the area if the homeowner association wanted us to do that, because it really opens up the view corridor to the marsh. I've done two very similar projects in Old Saybrook, both on South Cove and North Cove. And we hired All Habitat Services after the project was approved to clean the marsh up, and the view corridor was terrific. And then it's up to the homeowner association on how long they want to do that, okay? As Tom mentioned, there's a viewing area, we'll call it, up here that needs a view corridor. I'm sure unit 3, 2, 4, and 5 would all like to look at the marsh also. So my plant list, the woody ornamentals would probably be down on the slopes and not at the edge of the, let's say, maintained area. One of the notes in one of the letters that I got was we could very easily show some type of signage. I have also used wood fencing, like one post of a split rail fence. We can walk through that with Dave Anderson to decide how we want to keep both the maintained lawn area and the buffer area as separate areas. All right. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing that one and let me see if I can get to my other plan, which has to be. Okay. This is a simple, or this is a proposed unit. This is unit 6 and unit 7 on East Wharf Avenue. You can see here's East Wharf Road. We're pulling in. Duo mentioned in his presentation that, which I think is a great idea, these areas between the unit will be where the mechanicals are, and there'll be small storage sheds that will be kind of hidden behind two different fence sections, so you will not see them from the road. All the trash can be kept back in there. They're on gates, so nothing gets in there. I think it's a terrific idea to use that. The walkways on the individual units, I was speccing out a permeable walkway or a pervious walkway. So this might be bluestone on a crushed stone base. I myself, we haven't really gone through all the details. I would like to see whatever material is used on the front of a unit to probably be continued again on the rear terrace. Bluestone's a very good choice. It's a natural stone. I'm starting to use a lot of sandstone, and we can go through that with ACA as we make our final decisions, all right? The plant material on each of these units, I gave a plant list which might be used, but the buildings themselves want to come out of a green floor. So this little squiggly line would be a planting bed, but would be a low planting bed. So there's not going to be a lot of shrub material up on these buildings. It's going to be, let's say, from 24 inches down is about where I see the foliage line along these buildings. Tom did mention about the units themselves. Each unit will have a drip edge, okay, on either side. That will receive all the roof water that will then lead into Tom Stevens' underground system and will eventually lead back to the marsh. I think that about covers my presentation. And I guess we're going to take questions at the end or after the presentation. I'm going to turn it back to Marjorie to kind of wrap up our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Marjorie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think in view of the preview that I gave and these presentations, it would perhaps, given the hour, be appropriate for questions at this time.
Okay. And those questions, of course, as I said earlier, will come from the commission to start. So commission members, please raise your hands so Dave can plug in.
All right, I see that Jim Madison. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Dave. Just a couple of questions. First of all, to the applicant for your complete presentation. Maybe I'll start with questions for John. Now, I wasn't clear. Are you going to remove the Phragmites, or is that something that's going to be done perhaps by the association?
Okay, we cannot remove the Phragmites with the process that we are going to remove the rest of the invasives, Jim.
Right, I got that.
It would have to be its own company that has a state license to remove it.
Right, but okay, so maybe the developer, maybe I ask who, Sal, are you going to hire somebody to remove the Phragmites at this point or no?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, we're not. We're going to remove the invasives. We're going to replant that buffer. And that usually is something that we leave up to the association because it becomes an ongoing budget item for them.
Yeah, it does. Okay, that answers that. Thank you, Sal. Duo mentioned, the other thing on the trash between the buildings and hiding that. Can you describe trash removal? What happens there? Do the homeowner?
Basically, there'll be the rollouts.
How is that going to work?
There'll be rollouts like there is for everybody. And there would be doors, so they roll their garbage cans back behind the fence that nobody sees. They'd roll them out every morning to be picked up by a garbage truck. I mean,
okay, and where do they go when they roll them out?
they roll them right out to their driveway. So just like everybody has driveway pickup with a garbage rollout, at least I do. And they take the rollout, they dump it, and then you roll it back behind the fence.
Okay, and then you mentioned public-private park. Can you?
Well, this is
what you meant by that?
I view this as a place to the west on Route 1, which has become almost like a civic part of Madison. You expect this wonderful open place rather than a house sitting there. And this design maintains that urban space that's privately owned, but it's visually possessed by the public.
So it's not intended to be something that the public
No.
on. Okay.
Just like it is now, it's a private place, but it's a publicly viewed and possessed private space.
Make sure I was clear on that. And then the last thing is, Duo, you talked about the general's residence being exactly like it looks now. And then you said exactly like it looks now. And then you said there will be input from the different historic commissions with regard to what era it gets redone, which means it might not look exactly the way it does today. With regard to chimneys, windows, that kind of thing. Is that right?
That is correct. There's the dimensions remain the same. The scale dimensions, the locations, the basics all remain the same. The cloaking, the fenestration, as architects like to call it, the chimney masses themselves, realize those chimney masses are from some other time. They're made out of brick. And so so the chimneys might change or they might not. I was talking to an architect today, Rick Weiss from Preserve, Connecticut. He said, hey, we might want to keep it exactly the way it is today. And I said, great. So I'm saying the bottom line is somebody other than a developer or an architect will look at it as a piece of history and really say, what's the best way we can present this building back to the community as opposed to a rotting, falling down hulk like it is now.
That's thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Duo.
Thanks, Jim. Anyone else?
Joel's up next.
Thanks. So this question is, I guess, probably for Dave and Tom Stevens. So I'm looking at the site plan and also, reflecting on Duo's description of the project architecturally. So the building's coming down. It's going to be replicated. But as I look at the site plan, I do not see where the new construction falls into the current R2 setbacks. So what am I missing?
We are rebuilding it exactly in the same envelope. And we checked with Dave, and we've done this in other projects, that if you build to the exact same envelope, you are effectively are grandfathered in. Is that right, Dave?
Yeah, that's correct. As long as you don't make it more non-conforming, Joel, you're allowed to rebuild where it was, so maintain that current non-conformity. So that does not require any kind of variance approval.
All right, thanks.
And then Peter's got his virtual hand up, and then I can see people's other visible hands. I'll go up next.
I'll wave at you too, Dave. So this is a question, I guess, for anybody on the developer team in general, and that would be, when you did your cost benefit analysis of replicating versus restoring, how long would it take if you were to restore, and it could be done, how long would it take to do it? Don't everybody jump at once.
Well, I can tell you that as somebody who's done this many times, replicated an old building, that it's about 2 times the length of building a new building. So that if you could do a new building of that scale and size in 9 months, maybe 10 months, it would probably be 1.5 years. And with an old building, that could easily stretch to 2 years.
To restore it, you say, or to replicate?
Yeah, to actually if you wanted to actually keep the bones that are there that are holding.
Yes, that's my question.
You keep the bones, you got to build an entire new building inside the bones. You can't rely on the old bones at all. And that means you also have to have a new foundation under the old bones and before you put in the new bones. So that level of shoring up, protecting, removing rot, replacing with new stuff, and then providing an entirely new structure just takes a huge amount of time and effort. And when you're done, all the stuff that you will see, virtually all of it, will be not old material, except for the stuff you can salvage and reuse like we are. So the goal would be to have a building that have the parts that you would recognize, the door, the entries, the porch, be the same. Have the rest be new, but be set to exactly what is there now. And I would like, if somebody would want the frame, to use the frame somewhere else. The actual attic rafters are in great shape. The whole top roof is in great shape. Both floors are completely gone, and some of the walls are gone, and some of the foundation is gone. But there are parts of it that could be definitely reused other places. And I think every single part that's inside the building, we would love to reuse in the new building.
Okay. That answers my question. Thanks, Duo.
Giselle?
Okay, just so I'm clear, are we looking at 9 buildings?
No, 8 buildings and 9 units.
8 buildings and 9 units. And then my second question is, have you put a percentage to the amount of the general house that you think you could utilize?
The only things that I can say we could utilize in that building would be the porches, the entries, the doors, and a bunch of interior components, which we'd love to reuse in the building. The actual frame and structure is not feasible to reuse to remake this building, but a bunch of the structure could be reused in other buildings. In other words, if somebody dismantled it and wanted to rebuild it or use the components in another way, I'm all in favor, and I think everybody is, of keeping that history alive by reusing that building, as so many buildings have been built for hundreds of years using parts of other buildings. So
Yeah, absolutely, but I just want to know, can you give a percentage?
I can't give a percentage. I can tell you what the components are, which is the 2 doors, the side and the front, the entry itself, the porch itself, and perhaps 6 mantelpieces and perhaps 4 corner cabinets and maybe 10 interior doors. The rest is, except for the part you don't see, the rest is all sometime in the 19th century, not long after it's being built, and some in the 20th century. So, you know, if you put a number on it, I think it would do a disservice to the building. I would say that in terms of what you visually see as an exterior seeing, what I see when I see that building is at first the shape, which is really important, the windows, which are shot and may want to change to match a different historic era. But you then next see, besides the windows and the shape, you see those porches, and they would be removed and reconditioned and put back, so that those icons of the past would be right there, visible and present.
Okay, when you say the frame, you wish someone could reuse it. What specifically do you mean? In the other buildings or?
No, just that building. There's a post and beam frame for the main part of the building, and a later frame for the old part of the building, all made from hewn wood. It's beautiful stuff, but most of the stuff that's on the lower floors is severely compromised.
Gotcha.
And in creating a new two family use in a one family building, that all that existing framework gets lost. Even if you keep it, you never see it, it isn't present. So our goal would be to make what you can see be exactly what's there now, plus the stuff we can save on there now. And if somebody wants it, to take that frame and reuse it and recycle it and celebrate it. And that combined with the historic research that's being done, and also the work to actually venerate the building and understanding it and presenting it back to the public, preserves the history while at the same time making it code compliant, safe building.
Gotcha, thank you. Thank you.
Any of the other commission members have questions? Ron, you're muted.
That may be a good thing. So if there are no other questions at this point from, I think we could open it up to, and as I said before, this is the time for questions, not comments about whether you're for or against it, but questions to fill in any holes or issues you may have with what was presented to us so far. So Dave, I'll turn it over to you to handle that.
Thank you. I see a few people have already raised their hands, so that's what I'll ask you to do. If you could raise your hand as an attendee, we'll go through people kind of sequentially as they raise their hands. I know there's a few call-in participants. If you dial *9, that will indicate that you'd like to talk, and I can unmute you through that. So the first person I'll call on is Steve Bilitz. Steve, go ahead. Steve, you look like you're muted, but if you can unmute yourself, we'll be able to hear you.
How is that better?
Yeah, perfect.
Now, good. Okay. I've spent my entire life dismantling buildings, moving buildings, and I was going to make an objection tonight. I think your plan is excellent. I really love when Sal was talking about walking into town. We did the same thing in Glastonbury, and I saved an entire 18th century building there that I dismantled, and I'm moving somewhere else in Connecticut. However, if I do would you consider, and I've worked on many, what's that? Would you consider allowing someone to take the whole building? And the general, I think the general is a very important historical figure. And very few people know that he oversaw the construction of the Lincoln Memorial, the monument at Arlington, and then his just military record was phenomenal. And he's really your best native son. So I like the idea of restoring the entire building, saving it, dismantling it. I would actually offer to build a replica of the portico for you because it needs work anyway.
Absolutely.
And you know, I love the windows as they are. Believe it or not, I restore windows like that.
Yeah.
If you could allocate your demolition funds, and I think the frame's going to turn out to be pretty good. Vincent Garofalo is totally correct that that is a severe problem, but I could probably fix that in a couple days or a few days. And I bet that frame is better than you think because it stands very square and plumb. And I know a guy who's now deceased, Jeff Bradley, who was in that house a number of years ago. And Jeff said that it's one of the nicest attics he ever saw, which you mentioned.
Attic's great. Attic's great.
And great tie beams. And he also said it was built with square rule. And I will state to you that I've never seen a house with just an overhang in the front with a dental course of neoclassical moldings such as that. And I would be very interested in meeting you. And I want to meet Adam Greenberg because I love baseball and I hope he's doing fine. But I'm very excited about this building. But if you're going to do a replica, I really think for the town, you should do the 12/12 sash. You use new sash.
Well, you know what?
I'm talking, I'm not asking questions.
Oh, okay.
So what are your thoughts? Could I talk to you about this?
Sure.
Okay. But I would build you a replica and you could allocate some of your demolition funds towards the project, I would think. But we could talk about that.
Yeah, you have to talk to Sal about that. I don't allocate projects.
I understand. But
Steve, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you just to state your name and address for the record. I forgot to ask you
I'm
that.
Steve Belitz. I'm from Glastonbury. I live at 80 Newell Lane. I own Glastonbury Restoration Company. I'm nationally known in this business. I even bought your book, Duo, and I've seen you lecture twice. And at any rate, I had a lot more to say. Sometimes there are people that they think something's very bad, but when I deal with this every day, you know, I've restored hundreds of buildings. I work for 35 historical societies. I did the Tully House in Old Saybrook, where we cut away half the house and I still saved all the original structure. Then we brought it back down onto a new white oak frame, but we saved the whole upper part of the structure, which you're talking about. So I would like to go through with the trust. I have been in touch with the trust. I've talked to Rick Weiss, great people, Preservation Connecticut now. So I'd just like to talk with you folks and see where it all goes.
I'd go right to Sal.
Okay. Okay. But I think you should replicate it as it is. And I think we should do the general justice because he's really probably your most celebrated native son from Madison. He really, read his biography. It's online. This man, it was significant. He was an aide to President Wilson twice. He handled the occupation of Germany following the war, which was real tough, and he was vindicated. And he also did the 6th Regiment of Engineers. He was in the Spanish-American War. He was in the Philippine insurrection. He was everywhere, and he was the best and the brightest of his generation. So I think you should do justice in replicating it as it was. And when I take down a building, I bring in historic Deerfield and I do a dendrochronology. We do the growth ring analysis. And so we'll find out what date it really was. At any rate, I'll be in touch with all of you guys. And I think you have a very nice plan. But my only objection is I would like to see the entire building saved and restored elsewhere. And we could call it the Generalist Building. Maybe it could become a museum.
Yes.
But I would offer to replicate parts for you if I could keep the original product. Replicate them as they are. We have a great shop. We're known. I was a conservator and I worked with Brian Cooper of DeShane and Cooper in redoing the facade.
Hey, Ron,
of the,
can we,
boathouse.
Steve,
We go.
Steve,
That's it.
can we move on?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Steve.
much.
All right, next up is Karen Daigle. Karen, you may have to unmute yourself.
Okay, are we all set? Is that better?
Yep.
Okay, great. I just have a question about the stone walls in the front and the back and the little side steps. I was curious if Duo is going to keep them in place or
Yes.
okay, in the exact spots and everything.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much. I was curious. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, next up with their hand up is Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
Hi there, Linda McHugh from 14 Fence Creek Drive. And just wondering if there is an opportunity to put a crosswalk across East Wharf, going from the project over to the other side of the street on East Wharf. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, Denny Van Loo. Go ahead, Denny.
Sorry about that. I use Zoom a lot. Denny Van Loo, 73 Liberty Street, Madison, speaking tonight in my capacity as chair of the Preservation Committee of the Madison Historical Society. All of you, Duo I know, but the others from the Development Corporation, I very much enjoyed your presentation tonight. We have submitted a letter, as your attorney pointed out at the beginning, and so I really just have one question tonight, and you've said it, but I wanted to go back on the record again. Are you committing to work with the Madison Historical Society, the Madison Historic District Commission, Preservation Connecticut? I know Duo is saying you're committing to do that, but I'd like to hear the corporation, the owners, say that you're committing to do that, to work to a satisfactory solution for this house, including all the options we've heard tonight and all the other options that are out there, because we are very committed, the Historical Society, in having an active role in helping resolve the future of this house, whether it stays there or goes elsewhere. But are you committing to do that? And would you go on the record to do that?
Sal?
Well, I'm going to let Marjorie answer that, because that could be a question that, there's going to be certain, obviously we want to cooperate. I think we've demonstrated that by the entire presentation. But we want to make sure that we're not overcommitting to work with numerous agencies. We've got a plan and we've described what our plan is. And so I'm going to let Marjorie talk about that a little bit, because she had talked with us a little bit earlier about it. Marjorie, if you don't mind.
Well, thank you. Yes, Marjorie Shansky. I have read both of the Madison Historical Society and the Historic District Commission letter, and yes, there will be continued communication for sure. And it seemed to me, and I'll characterize this way, and you can disabuse me of my misconception if it's not right, but while the Madison Historical Society wants to be included in the dialogue, most of the conditioning that the Madison Historical Society referenced was really an interface with the Madison Historic District Commission, being the actual commission that were this in a district, which it's not, and for other reasons over which they have no specific actual jurisdiction. The developer has opened a dialogue with them and is committed to continuing a dialogue with them. So we would state that, and I think that because section 3.12N of the regulation calls for this sort of evaluation, consideration of the historical site or historical characteristics, yes, we will continue to have those conversations and accept the input of, and at some level, hopefully, come to some understanding with which everybody agrees about what the actual final iteration of the building looks like. And as Duo said, in what era it finally lands. I'm sitting in my 1833 designated house in the Quinnipiac River Historic District. So I come with an understanding of everything we're talking about here. But also that we come from a unique regulatory perspective. What I can tell you and what you have seen is the developer's commitment to keep this line of communication and input open. And in fact, in the proposed conditions of approval that I gave to Mr. Anderson, there are 3 conditions that are derived and inspired by the information in the Madison Historical Society and the Madison Historic District Commission's letters to this body. So I think we've captured it, and we intend it.
So thank you for that. And David, after tonight, perhaps tomorrow we can take a look at that if that's a public document. But thank you for your response.
And Denny, if we get to that point during tonight's hearing, I probably will bring that document up to share with the commission, so we can talk through it. So that will be, potentially get to that point tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other attendees with their hands up. If you'd like to, no, I do. Carol Snow. Go ahead, Carol.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Quickly with the question asked by Peter Roos, and this is for Duo. And thank you for this great presentation, by the way. But I wanted to ask, what are the cost comparisons? Peter asked about the time comparison of replication versus restoration. Can you give us some ballpark numbers about comparing cost?
Well, I can give you relative realities. I mean, an old building is literally unknowable in terms of what it costs to restore it. It's just unknowable. In my experience, I've only done this for 40 years, and I probably only worked on about 100 old buildings. But if you were to put a gun to my head and say, new building, old building, what's the difference? And you're building it to the same standard at the end, it's basically, if it's the same standard at the end and the existing building is in the shape that the general's residence is in, my guess is retail, it's twice as much money. So if something is $300 a square foot new, it might be $600 a square foot perfectly restored. So it's that kind of a difference. Now, I've restored buildings for a lot less that have been in a lot better condition. The issue here is there's so much wrong with the building that you basically have to lift that wonderful roof up, rebuild everything underneath it, just as that gentleman from Glastonbury was saying, drop it down and then rebuild everything else around it, and also rebuild the floors too, because they're all. So you're basically building 2 buildings when you're doing an extensive historic rehabilitation. If you want to do a bad job, it could be maybe 50% more. But if you want to do a Secretary of Interior standards job, which is the real thing, it's probably twice as much money. And by the way, I've been thinking about this a lot because a lot of people have been angry that this is going to happen. The alternative would be to have 2 little cute Duo Dickinson houses there. Those would cost less, like hundreds of thousands of dollars, than rebuilding the mansion that you see there now, the general's residence. So the cheapest thing to do would be to take the building down and build 2 little houses that I designed. And I wouldn't like that. I don't want that. That's a bad thing. The idea that the developer is willing to spend extra money to replicate the house, to me, is a gift to Madison that I think is a good idea and enhances the value of the entire project.
Dave, I forgot to say that I live at 534 Boston Post Road. And I just wanted to follow up a little bit because we're hearing kind of mixed messages, I think, about it has good structure, it has good beams, it has good, it has a good kind of bone, skeletal structure, yet you want to take that away. And I understand with restorations, you often have to, pretty much gut a building, and that's what you want to do and make 2 units out of it. But I don't quite understand how it can be worth saving and worth taking apart and moving, but not worth keeping it where it is, which is its history.
Well, because they would pretty much get the frame for free. That's why. So in other words, if you're willing to take the cost of moving something that you don't have to buy, and you're gifted the frame, the economics all change.
So just to press a little bit harder, I think I'm hearing you say that it would cost twice as much to restore it as it would to recreate it. But that you're willing to give it away.
Give away the frame because there's nothing about the building itself except for that attic and maybe the top floor framing, which is in really good shape. The rest has all been very compromised by both rot, but also by ill-advised renovations and changes to the building that have done the typical thing where they cut things and don't really replace them. And there's been a fair amount of damage over the years at the basement level as well. So this is not the typical restoring job where the house is in good shape. This is a salvaging job of the parts that are good and then the remaking of the entire building around the salvaged parts. That's why it's so expensive. And it's a very different thing than, oh my gosh, we'll just replace these surfaces. No, you really have to replace huge sections of the structure that are gone. They're just gone.
Yes,
And-
I've seen it. I've seen it. Thank you very much.
So I'm saying I would love it if somebody remade it somewhere else. I would love it.
I would love it if they remade it where it is.
Well, so would I if there was money.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Carol.
Carol.
Next up, we got Travis Gulick. Go ahead, Travis. Travis, you can go ahead. I believe you look to be unmuted.
Oh, here we go.
There you go.
Can you hear us?
We can now. It's a little faint, but we can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay, apologies. Hi, this is Felicia Smith and Travis Gulick. We are at 248 Boston Post Road. For a little bit of context, we are currently sitting in a fully restored 1710 house that was once on the Connecticut of 10 most endangered structures. And it was fully restored, obviously at some expense, but structurally salvaged when it certainly was not in the greatest condition. So I just wanted to sort of expand on Carol's line of questioning here. And just sort of point out the fact that a historically accurate structure that is a new build is somewhat of an oxymoron. And this question is more towards, well, first it's a two-pointed question. So Duo, just to follow your line of logic, and again, I haven't seen the unsafe notice because I believe, as it was said, that has not been publicized yet. However, this is strictly a financial decision to tear down the general's residence rather than restore what is currently existing.
Well, it's practical and financial in that if you take a look at the broader reality of the effort that it would take to recreate the building, there is a sustainability issue that you're using so many hours of people's time and basically almost the same amount of material that a new house would take. There's a point at which you have to say what makes sense if you could preserve the history. So you're talking about ethics here. You could
right. Duo, if I may.
If you ask me a question, I'd like to answer it. You could take a leaf that fell on the ground and you could build a tree to support it. The question is it worth it? And my sense is that sure, you could absolutely save that building and it would take twice as long, cost twice as much money, and it would probably not make the rest of the project financially feasible to save it. So the result would then be, if it's not financially feasible, then the cost of the project means that somebody will tear the building down, they'll build a code compliant development or two houses there, whatever would make sense to them, and we'll lose that building forever because it's not a protected building. And I would prefer to replicate and reuse parts of it. And to me, Colonial Williamsburg is not an oxymoron. Colonial Williamsburg is a living museum of history that replicates history and says, this is a replication. This is not history, but it shows what the history is. So you can be totally non-disingenuous. You can be completely intellectually honest by replicating what is there and celebrating the objects that were part of the original building. So it is a way to do it. It doesn't follow the sort of fervor of preserving everything at every cost. And I'd like to preserve every single tree and every single building in America, but some things can't be saved. They can only be venerated and reproduced. And that is what's happening here.
All right. May I respond? So I do have my master's in historic preservation, and just a point of clarification, and everything, all the analysis that I've read, you know, there is a sustainability in reusing existing materials because of the embodied energy of trucking in new materials, what it takes to grow a new tree versus a beam that's already there from 300 years ago, but I won't get into that. So the bulk of my question is actually aimed at the members of the planning and zoning who are Madison residents and here to represent the town of Madison. And it's a rhetorical question. Just generations down the line, I would just like you to consider whether or not we should preserve Madison history in its existing state, in its entirety, not create a facsimile, or if we should give precedence to the financial consideration of out-of-town developers over our own historic resources.
Well, we are not the applicants here, first off. So your point is well taken, and it will be taken into consideration by all of us. But for us to be giving answers, we're not applicants.
Nope, it was a rhetorical.
Quite honestly, what the whether out of towners type of exclusion, it's factual possibly, but what the innuendo of that is unappreciated.
Understood. There's a few things that have been sort of convoluted that I don't really appreciate as a Madison resident, but we can leave it at that.
Thank you.
Wanted to
Appreciate
put that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others, Dave?
Not at the moment. I don't see anybody else with their hand up.
None?
No, not at the moment. Now I do have somebody. Well, it's a return questioner, Steve Bilets. Would you like me to allow him to talk again?
Yes, if he will, we're limited to questions, however.
Okay. Steve, go ahead if you have a question. Steve,
Can you hear me?
We
Can you hear me,
now.
sir? Okay,
Yes.
great. Originally, I was going to ask that the house stay where it is. But when I see that you're replicating the house exactly and that the plan is good, but I would like to see it stay in Madison if I were to dismantle it and build it somewhere else, if that's at all possible. And I think the house is so
Hey, Ron.
important that it's not a question, but that's how I feel.
Okay.
And I'm very sensitive to the last lady's questions. If something can stay in C2, it is the best. In this case, if you do an exact replication and I were to take all the other fabric and reproduce some of it for you, I would like to see it stay in the area, and I would do everything humanly possible to do
All
that.
right, hey, thank you, Steve. If you
Anyway,
don't have any
that's it.
questions, I think we're going to move on. Thank you.
Any questions more rolling in from the public at all, Dave?
No.
Okay. Are there any questions at this for the commission applicant? Is there anything the applicant would like to add before we get to public comments?
I would say, Mr. Chairman, this is Marjorie Shansky, and thank you, that this is a heartfelt conversation that's going on among the community, and that I appreciate that. I'd like to try to anchor the conversation in your regulations and in the proposal and the great extent to which the developer has gone to reconcile their interests and the interests of the community, indeed including on the recreation of the general's residence. So I would just like to, if I can, pull us back into section 3.12 and then sally forth to comments.
Thank you. Again, any questions at this point from the commission? And no more from the public. All right, well, let's try and take the temperature of the public. So we'll start off, and the way it works is we will first take comments from those who wish to speak in favor of the application. If they would raise their hands, and Dave will pass you through. Please.
Yep. Okay, I see Robin Phillips. Go ahead, Robin.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted, David. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm Robin Phillips from 880 Boston Post Road. I'd like to make some remarks on behalf of a group of neighbors. We colloquially call ourselves the BPR neighbors. There are 11 of us in our group who live on the Post Road and on East Wharf, and we've been following the development since the original discussion on cluster development. So firstly, let me say that I don't believe there's anybody in this town who doesn't think that redevelopment of the generalist residence is necessary. So not only the building itself, but the whole property is simply an eyesore of extreme proportions. And so the only question to us is, how does the development get done? Who'll do it? What type of plan do they have? And how soon can they do it? So when the application was made in late April, as Sal has said earlier, the developers invited our group, plus a number of others who've also responded separately, to review the plans, answer our questions, and to listen to our concerns. So I'd like to draw your attention to a letter we submitted to you, which is part of the record, and it was signed jointly by me on behalf of the BPR neighbors, and it was signed by Sal Maritoli on behalf of the development team. And if you've not had the opportunity to read it, it contains a set of agreements that have come from our discussions. So it lists 5 main concerns of ours that the development team have addressed and agreed to, including important changes to the architectural style of the units, thank you, Duo, reduction to the number of entrances to the property, landscape buffering from John Cunningham, and our involvement is agreed on any proposed signage on the property and in drafting of the HOA. So important points that we've discussed, raised concerns, and the developers have agreed to. It also summarizes our one remaining concern related to protection of the Fence Creek environment. So specifically in there, we're looking at stormwater management, soil erosion, wildlife protection, and sea level rise. We've agreed with Sal and developers that we will pursue this issue and we'll address our findings jointly with the team. So just as importantly, in the letter, it reflects the level of dialogue and collaboration we've had. As Duo said earlier, over the last 3 weeks, we've had some level of discussion on an almost daily basis. We've had 3 Zoom calls, long Zoom calls, by the way, with everybody involved. We've interspersed that with follow-up meetings and with multiple phone calls. And as Sal had mentioned, to reiterate here, both the BPR neighbors and the developers jointly think the plans have improved through our dialogue. So in summary, we support the application with the one condition that we can satisfactorily resolve our open questions on the wetlands, and I'm confident we can do that, at which time we can give the application our full support. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Robin. And when you say, how many neighbors did you say are involved?
We had 11 in our group, Ron, and in the letter submitted,
we've seen the letter.
Okay, in the package there was all the individuals named with their addresses.
And am I correct in saying that some of them are abutters to this property?
They are indeed. The Raffertys, Terry and Jacinta, are right next door. and Sean and Rebecca Banerjee are right opposite the property.
Okay. Thank you, Robin. Appreciate it. Anybody else who wishes to speak in support of the proposal?
Yes, I have a call-in number, 860-924-8835. You can go ahead and talk.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. Matthew Bennett from 917 Boston Post Road. Like Robin, myself and 6 other neighbors have been in active dialogue with the developers. Would like to affirm our support. We'll be brief, just 4 kind of key points that we wanted to underscore. The first, similar to Robin's comments, we very much appreciate the extent of effort and collaboration that has gone into creating the design before you tonight. We frankly love it. We think it's come a long way, and it's going to enrich the neighborhood for all of us and be significantly improved over the state of the current property, something that we think future inhabitants will take pride in and be excited to call their home, but also for many of us who live nearby, ourselves directly across the street, something that we will feel proud to look out of our windows and see and to drive past as residents of the community. 2, when we think about all the different ways that this could have gone, and many of us have closely followed this for years, of all the different circumstances we could find ourselves in, we feel quite fortunate with the commitment that the developers have committed to date and the importance that that has for their future prospects of following through on their commitments and executing on the plans with sustained high quality, as well as the talent that they've brought to bear on this project to have this level of expertise architecturally from an engineering perspective and from a landscape architecture, as well as just the overall orientation and commitment of the developers. Frankly, I feel quite fortunate to have that and recognize as well that though we're all sort of oriented around getting to perfection here, we could frankly be facing far lesser scenarios that would be much less beneficial to the town. Point 3, as a restoration/preservation oriented person myself with multiple historic properties, I too, like I believe many people on this call, would love to see the General's residence preserved in its current form. I think the reality of the circumstances, it's just not possible or practical or pragmatic. I would remind folks that this property has been on and off the market for, I believe, 3+ years. Certainly there has been plenty of opportunity for a wealthy, person who wanted to actually spend north of $1 million to purchase it, and likely 2 times that to restore it, to come forth, if not an individual, a developer or a charity or a preservation organization. Many of us have spent a lot of time and energy trying to find such a solution, and frankly, nothing has materialized. So though we can hope and we can wish that scenarios for a perfect classic restoration in a pure altruistic form would happen, the reality is it hasn't, and wishing for it doesn't make it so. And so therefore, I think we ought to look at this as a really viable alternative, and the level of care that's been taken from a historic perspective to figure out how do we get to as similar of an outcome as possible in terms of the retained structure, design, and as much of the materials, I think is as good of a second choice as we could hope for. Lastly is just a point around urgency. The momentum and the collaboration that's been built to date has, I believe, set us on a path. I know the team is mobilized and ready to go. I know all of us who live around the property are eager to see this move forward. And the last thing I would want is for us to, drag this into protracted debate. So Commissioner Clark and team, I hope that you'll be able to move us forward with an affirmative vote this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Bennett. Anybody else wishing to speak in support of the project? Dave?
I don't see any other hands up. I do notice that Justin Murphy put a comment into the Q&A in support of the project. So I just wanted to note that.
Okay. Nothing else?
But no other hands are raised right now.
Okay. So we will flip the coin. Are those who wish to speak who are in opposition to the application and the project? Please select Dave.
I'm not seeing any hands raised right now. If you do wish to speak, please raise your hand. Or again, if you're calling, dial *9. I'm not seeing any, Ron.
Okay. Well, let me just then buy a few seconds in case there is, ask the commissioners whether they, as a result of what's been said by the folks who've spoken in favor of the project, did that give rise to any questions that you may have? Hearing none, I will, again, Dave, give it a few seconds, but you know, everybody's.
Okay, we have 44 attendees on the line, but no hands raised.
Okay,
Oh, I got one now.
good.
Okay, so this is Jane Montanaro. Hi, Jane, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I'm Jane Montanaro. I'm the Executive Director at Preservation Connecticut. Preservation Connecticut is the statewide historic preservation organization that works in partnership with the State Historic Preservation Office. And I'm not voting for or against. I just wanted to chime in since our organization was mentioned in the presentation. We were contacted in the last 2 weeks actually, from the residents of Madison and the media and some of our constituents. And usually when there is some local support for preservation initiative in a community, that's when our organization gets involved. And so Duo did spend some time with us last week talking about his plans, which we did not have any input in any of the decisions that had been made, but we were discussing how we could further go forward with some discussions in how to have some input in the preservation of the general's residence. As the property is listed on the state register, and as they noted, it doesn't have any protections, and that's honorific, but it does come with opportunities for some incentives. And so we would like the opportunity to work with the developers to provide structural engineering assessments from our teams, perhaps some grants, perhaps tax credits, technical assistance from our office. We think that a replica is not the best solution, preserving as much intact as possible on the site that's authentic and true to the history of Madison is the preferable solution, and salvage and moving it off-site to be constructed elsewhere is absolutely last resort. So again, I'm not speaking for or against. We certainly support the development and support economic development in the communities. And this is a great project, and we would just like to have the opportunity to be part of the conversation for the restoration of the general's residence.
Thank you, Jane. Appreciate that and appreciate the work you do. But that goes back more to the questions section. So let me roll the tape back a little bit and give the applicant a chance to respond to your comments and your offer, Jane. Thank you.
Sal, would you like to talk about that?
I think Marjorie's,
Well, I was asked, I beg your pardon, I was asking if Duo wanted to say anything because he had had the conversation, and then I would jump in.
Sure, I will tell you that we had a very vigorous conversation also with one of the great humans that I know, Gary Leonard, a Madison resident. And the bottom line is everybody agrees that if the scenario of the building was different, it would be great to restore the building. The question then is, well, what can you do? And I think Preservation Connecticut is really a go-to resource once we shore the building up so nobody gets killed walking through it, to actually counsel us on what can be saved and what can't be saved. And I can just speak from my own experience that the building itself as a whole cannot be saved. Parts of the building can absolutely be saved. And I would love their insight into the building, and I would really value their insight into the determination of the history of the building. And if we do have to, well, no matter what, we have to change the exterior because it's pretty much rotting and falling off. how do we do that in a way which is the best possible way, given the nature of the building? So I really appreciate Jane's offer, and I really appreciate all the work, by the way, just because Gary Leonard has done for this town of Madison over the last forever years. So thank you if you're listening.
And I may add, a former chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Absolutely. Great human.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have to wrangle my Springer Spaniel here for a second. Pardon me. The General's residence has been standing waiting for a very long time. And it was during that time that an opportunity was not seized in a way that achieved the goal that many have expressed this evening at their highest desires for it, which would be an out and out restoration. The fact is that this developer has come in an extremely thoughtful way, has had it examined structurally, has had its architect and these structural engineers examine it, and have evaluated a feasible way of producing a development in the spirit of and modified from the development that this commission has already approved. The section 3.12N of your regulation starts or uses in the first sentence, if I can find among my many papers, that section of the regulations, it uses the word feasible. Here it is. Where feasible, historically significant site features. And certainly in the wetlands context, where the word feasible exists in the feasible and prudent alternative analysis context, we look at it from an engineering perspective and we look at it from an economic perspective. And it is okay to do so in coming to the conclusion that this is a viable alternative for retaining a historical feature of the town of Madison that is revered, a venerable structure, and yet moving forward and taking that which can be saved from it, but moving forward, doing this recreation and having the rest of this development, which does some things that are also important, desirable, and sought after by the town, creating alternative, increasing the variety of your housing portfolio and putting additional people in the vicinity of downtown. So while this conversation has taken a sort of mono subject matter side trip or important part of the conversation to the General's resident, from a comprehensive perspective, there's something really valuable that's being offered here, that is being thought of extremely mindfully and carefully, and that advances other values that are important to the town of Madison. Sort of morphing back into the coastal management realm, because that's an application that sits before you. The application represents consistency with the policies of the Coastal Act. From Mr. Stevens' conversation, he has given you the factual underpinnings for your ability to make the required findings under Chapter 9 of your regulations regarding the addition of new material. And as I said at the very beginning, and like a retrograde canon of Bach, I'll end where I began, that section 3.12 is met, is satisfied. Each of those standards is represented in this development with the beautiful design of Duo Dickinson and the magnificent landscaping from John Cunningham, and all in all, a credit to the town of Madison. It has regulatory consistency. I have discussed and provided to Mr. Anderson some proposed conditions of approval that capture the past interests and abiding and future interests, or present interests, let us say, that have been expressed here tonight. And, you know, happy to take more of your questions, but really believe that we have positioned this application for approval of each of the 3 applications.
Thank you, Marjorie, very much.
Ron, if I could, we still have one more person with their hand up, Steve Violets again, and then, you know, there is a comment from Gary Leonard in the Q&A suggesting that the commission might want to see a copy of a report from Mike Horton, and I may have missed that comment from the applicant if there was a report available. Duo, can you comment on that at all? Oh, you're muted.
I cannot comment on Gary's report, which is cited as being on May 19th. I have not seen it. So I have not seen that report.
Okay, is there anybody on the team, Sal, is that something that,
Let's see, can you hear me okay?
yes,
Are you talking about the structural engineer?
Yeah, GNBC, yeah.
yeah,
Horton Group?
Yep.
yes,
That was appended to my letter, Dave.
okay, I'm just
It's in the record.
clarifying.
Yeah, I think it's in the record.
It's in the record.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, I can summarize it. You know, they went through, they did a thorough 5-page report. Went through, talked about each component. Obviously, some things they couldn't see because they'd have to be tearing walls apart to see that. Their conclusion was that it would be ill-advised. The structure was dangerous, ill-advised to put workers in there, and between the cost and the liability, it just didn't make sense to, you know, it seemed as though the plan that we've laid out, you know, again, was the best solution.
Thank you. And then I will allow Steve to talk. I think this is probably the close of the public comment. I don't see any other hands up.
Okay.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, thank you again. I wish to encourage you to take up Jane Montanaro on what she's saying. My fervent desire for this building is to see it remain intact. Ideally, I would like to see it remain in situ, where it is. I think it belongs where it is. However, I don't want it parted out. I don't think that's restoration. And if there's no alternative, what I've discussed with you, I will entertain. But I would like to defer to Jane Montanaro and the Connecticut Trust. And if they can help you with grant programs, with any tax incentives, and if it does become possible to restore it in situ, that would be my preference. But my fervent desire is to see the general's home remain as intact as possible. So I really respect what Jane had to say. And I didn't know the night would evolve quite this way. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That appears, excuse me, take that back. There's one more hand up. You can go ahead. The name I'm seeing says Two Shovels. So you go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with the last comment, what Steve said. The house needs to stay.
Excuse me, can we have your name and address, please?
Kevin Johnson, Madison, Connecticut.
Address, Kevin, for the record.
102 Mungertown Road.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Go ahead.
I agree with what Steve, the last comment, just said. The house needs to stay where it is. And I want to know why the public hasn't seen more pictures. I've seen one picture that doesn't look like a load-bearing wall of a cracked beam. Where can we see more pictures? More proof that this house is a failure. The roof's intact. You've already admitted that. So if the roof is intact and we've had shoddy construction, something's not jiving. And the last comment, Steve, he all but volunteered his services. Why haven't we done a GoFundMe, a volunteer, Why haven't we reached out to the people of
Ron,
Madison?
I'm looking to you to referee our comments here. Would you like this to continue or?
You're in opposition, obviously, and that's the section we're in. But I don't think that part of the application process involves sharing pictures in the public venue. We have to rely on engineers' analysis, which have been several, for those decisions to be made and respected. So, and judging by what I've seen, I wouldn't want to be in there with a camera, but that's neither here nor there. You know, I understand your points. I understand Steve's points, and also Preservation Connecticut. And that's the important part. So thank you for that. And I will, however, allow Duo, if he wishes to talk about the interior or any of those matters.
Sure, there is a great site that Bob Gunderson did pictures of the general's residence. It's available on the web. I think it's on Bob Gunderson's website, and the photograph that has been seen as part of it. And he, like me, when we were in the building, couldn't walk in certain places and couldn't see every place we wanted to see because the building was too dangerous. So there are plenty of photographs out there, and I see the building every day when I go to work. So it's a fairly well-known building to me.
Thank you. Any other hands?
Yeah, we have Denny Van Loo. All right, Denny.
Denny,
Yeah,
go ahead.
thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Ronald. Thank you, commissioners. I think the attorney, Ms. Shanksky, said there are 3 applications in front of the commission just for the public's interest. I've been looking at the materials on the website. Can you please let us know what the 3 applications are before you move to the next stage of this meeting?
Yes, the first is the gorilla in the room, of course, the project itself. There's also an application. It's within the zone, falls within the Coastal Area Management Act, which Marjorie spoke about early on in her presentation. Perhaps you missed that. And the other was they need an approval for the amount of fill they want to bring in to build up the site, I believe, on the eastern side. Is that correct, Duo?
Yeah, that is correct. So yeah, Denny, it's 3 separate applications all on the same project, described comprehensively as part of this. So it's not, there's nothing else new to be discussed. All those applications were reviewed as part of their comprehensive presentation.
Is that it?
Thank you. You helped clarify the material. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you for the question. Okay, anything else that wants to come from the commission at this stage? Anything the applicant wishes to add at this stage?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to roll the tape back and have you hear my closing comments again, because they were my closing comments. And I suspect there's one more repetition, which is that the application meets your regulations. And we're excited to present a beautiful, beautiful development and a recreation of the general's residence to the town of Madison.
Thank you.
We thank you.
Appreciate that as well. No more questions from the commission. No more hands raised, Dave?
Nope.
So at this stage, I would like to entertain a motion possibly to close the public hearing. Anybody want to make that motion for us?
Make that motion.
Peter Roos,
I'll second.
a second by Jim Madison. Any further discussion on that? Okay, all in favor, signify by raising your hand, saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so the public meeting is closed. For the public, that doesn't mean we're shutting down the meeting, but it means we've reached a point where we can no longer ask questions of the applicant. The applicant can no longer communicate with us, and we cannot take any input or questions from the public. So that's what that means. Now we begin the deliberative process and possibly get a feel, as to how the commissioners feel generally about the application. Why don't I start with the gentleman who's in the middle of my screen right now, Tom Berland. Tom, your thoughts? You're muted, I think. I couldn't agree with you more, Tom. I have no idea what you're saying.
You want to move back to Tom after, Ron? Why don't we call on someone
I
else?
think we have a little technical problem.
Yeah.
How about the gentleman above him, Jim Madison? Jim, what are your thoughts? You're muted.
Yes, I know, I'm unmuting. Okay, so I think we have been a part of this discussion of this property for the past 3 years and have seen a number of proposals brought forward and have ruled on certain changes over the course of the time. I personally would love to see that building, the General's residence, restored. If it were restored, it would have to be restored as a two-family because we have the 2250 limit for each unit. So it wouldn't be exact as it was built originally. Anyway, having said that, I am prepared to vote in favor of the application, given all of the work that's been put in and the fact that there has been significant discussion with neighbors. And we've certainly heard from the public on both sides of the question about the house itself. But they certainly, the applicant certainly has been working within the regulations that we had passed a few years ago for this type of development.
All right. Okay, thank you. Peter Roos, what are your thoughts?
It's interesting. I moved to Madison 5 years ago this weekend. And I've driven by the General's residence, and I guess being the newbie here, I've always wondered why couldn't we do something with this property? It's been that way forever, I'm sure, but it's just in such a state of disrepair. And then you have a developer who's come in now that I think has a very responsible plan. Obviously, replicating the General's residence isn't the preferred option, but I guess I'm convinced and sold that the building itself is just not rehabable, if that's a word, and that renovation it's not going to work, and therefore we're just going to have to replicate it and not restore it. And I accept that, and I buy into that, and I believe Duo and his team will do a very good job of making it as close to what it was before. And then Jim's just said it, and I agree with him. You have to really appreciate the fact that the developers, the applicant, have worked so closely with the neighbors. They've got a lot of support here, people that are going to walk out every day and see that property. And they've done a very good job engendering support. And that's not lost upon me that the people that are going to see it every day support it. So all of that taken together, I'm a supporter as well.
Get out of here. You want to be on it? Oops. Thank you, Peter. John Mathers, what are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts echo the Jim and Peter. We've been talking about this house for years, literally years. And when I first joined the P&Z, I remember the General's residence was on the list of blighted properties at the time. And in the past 5 years, no one's come forward to save that house. As much as we'd all like to see that happen, I would love to see that house preserved exactly where it was. In fact, I have great respect for the Gulicks and the work that they do, and I wish someone would fund them to do that project. But the fact is, no one has. And the last two applications we've seen for this property, both developers, going back to Billy Plunkett and the current developer, have said that it's not feasible to put any money into this building. I also struggle why we spend so much time tonight. Planning and zoning, I thought, was land use, not historical preservation. And this is not in the historic district. And, I didn't think it was our purview to be deciding whether or not the building should be preserved. I think our purview is to decide whether the project is feasible. And the last meeting we had, the neighbors were adamantly against this project, and to the point where they came represented by legal counsel. And I think the developer has gone to great lengths to meet with these neighbors and answer all their concerns, to the point where these folks that just a month or so ago were adamantly opposed tonight are speaking out in favor of the project. And so with that in mind, I would also be in favor of this project.
Thanks, John. Joe, how do you feel? Joe Banowski.
I won't belabor this. I mean, my feelings have already been shared. I think John Mathers shared them most poignantly. I too wonder why we discussed for so long something that is not in our purview, rather than just the merits of the application. And with that, in the essence of the hour and not repeating the same things that other people have said, I am prepared to vote in favor of this application.
Thank you. Elliot, how do you think?
I think everything that I'm feeling has already been said by all the other members of the commission. I mean, the one thing that really stuck out to me was the willingness of the developer to work with the abutters, and have received so many letters of recommendation for the project that I would have to be in favor of it.
Okay, thank you. Giselle.
Great presentation. I too am not going to belabor this. I agree with Joe and John Mathers. It was really, really great to hear from the neighbors, representation from the neighbors, their agreement with this project. Local developer, that's a plus. Looking at the property they did in Clinton, looks fantastic. So in the future, we expect to see some great work. And with Duo Dickinson, I think, we have a great commitment there. So I vote in favor.
Thank you. Tom Berlin, do you have your voice back?
I do. My battery ran out. My battery runs out after 4 hours. Again, not to belabor the point. I think John Mathers captured my thoughts exactly. I certainly am in favor of this and would support it. And I would say that the only disappointment I have is, I think the exterior facing the neighborhood, perfect. The only disappointment I had was the losing of the interior green, where we were trying to create that community concept, but that application absolutely meets all of the criteria that we put in, all of our regs. So I'm in support.
Thank you. And finally, Joel, what do you think?
Well, I'll echo everyone else only in as much as I don't want to belabor things. But I'm walking alone and unafraid into an environment. I've done that several times in my life, although this is probably the friendliest environment in which I've ventured alone and unafraid. Like a lot of people, I want to see this structure preserved. And I think saved is a function of project budget, or savable is a function of project budget. And I appreciate all the work that everyone has put into this thus far. I think it's a great presentation, a nice sales job. I am a person who makes my living off of looking at every single word in a document. And if I look at the structural engineer's report, the structural engineer says the structure in its present state and without further investigation would be considered to be unsafe as the actual conditions cannot be observed and there is significant movement within the structure that are of concern for the structure's overall stability. So it's not overly conclusive. It says basically, from what I can tell, without doing much further investigation, and I get it, you know, to do those more detailed investigations, it's going to cost more money. But it doesn't make a foregone conclusion that the building is not savable. I think that there's enough interest, although there's not enough interest coming forward with their wallets out to save the building, and that's unfortunate. But I think if there's a will, there's certainly a way. I think from what I've seen, I'm not thoroughly convinced that the building cannot be saved. And to my, you know, I moved to this town 38 years ago, almost immediately became best friends with Commissioner Bonovsky. So he and I rarely disagree on things, but to Joe and to John, where it does fall into our purview is that this is a modification to a special exception that's in place. All right, we've already approved a plan that did not call for the demolition of the building. All right, so new developers come in, they have a new plan. This is why it's in our purview. But the reality is no one else is coming up with anything left to do with this. My fear is that it will follow the path that the house on the other side of town next to Meg's barn went through, where it just ended up having to be pushed over. But I do think that this building can be saved, and based on what I've seen, I haven't seen enough evidence to tell me that it can't be saved. So I'm not in support of the demolition aspect of this.
Okay. Thank you for that. I heard all of you. I think that the one thing I'd slightly disagree with John Mathers started it is, well, you were right. Doesn't fall directly within our purview, but I'm glad we had the opportunity to learn about it, see about it, maybe not to Joel Miller's satisfaction, certainly, but to find out what the options were. And the thing I think is pointed out that anything is perhaps somebody said it tonight, duo certainly with the leaf analogy, the tree. It can be saved, but there's no economic way that's going to occur. And if this crashes and burns as a project, why, then as was pointed out, you can go and take out a building permit and build 2 homes. And then everything's lost. So I think that all has to be factored into how we think about it. And I'll leave it at that. Dave, do you think we should draft a?
Yeah, I can share. I mentioned, or Marjorie might have mentioned earlier, I had sent the commission a staff comment that included all the conditions from the previous approval with a suggestion for another. Due to some of the input from the Historic District Commission and Historic Society, I asked Marjorie to kind of take a look at that and think about some conditions of approval that she felt would help address that. Because I know during this portion of the meeting, you know, we don't have an opportunity to talk to the applicant. So I'm going to share my screen to pull up that document. And so these are some possible conditions of approval. Some of them are just carried forward from the current approval. The applicant shall install appropriate boundary markers to delineate the extent of the riparian buffer to the Fence Creek. Public access viewing area shall be identified with a public access sign. The easement for the proposed public access viewing area shall be recorded on the Town of Madison land records, along with a deed restriction to provide for public access to the area in perpetuity. Additionally, the deed restriction shall further require the views to the Tidal Creek be maintained in perpetuity through maintenance of the riparian buffer and ongoing invasive species management. So those 3 are direct carryovers. Prior to the issuance of a certificate of zoning compliance to permit construction of any unit shown on the plans, the applicant shall present final architectural details to the Advisory Committee on Community Appearance. Thereafter, in accordance with section 3.12M of the regulations, the Director of Planning and Economic Development shall review final elevations and material for each dwelling unit to ensure consistency with the approved plans. The director may then approve a certificate of zoning compliance or refer it to ACA for a recommendation. I want to come back to that one because that's the one we had commissioned. I had suggested in my staff report, we give ACA kind of a reviewing authority over that. So I'd like to just discuss that. The applicant shall commission an historical survey of the site by an architectural historian prior to demolition of the general residence. The applicant shall share the results of the survey with the Madison Historical Society and Madison Historic District Commission. The applicant has agreed to consult with the Madison Historic District Commission and to share ongoing designs with the Historic District Commission in its effort to arrive at a recreation that preserves the historic and architectural characteristics of the general's residence. And finally, the applicant shall, at its expense, locate on the site a commemorative marker noting the history of the residence and its significance to be created by the Madison Historical Society, and the scale, materials, and location to be agreed upon by and among the applicant, the Historical Society, and the commission prior to its installation. And so I think we can discuss the specific wording, and obviously if anybody has any other suggestions for something that they feel might be lacking, but I think these generally capture the context of the approval. So I had mentioned number 4 is about ACA review. So ACA obviously is interested, and the applicant has offered to appear back before ACA for final design elements. And I think based on obviously the commitment of the developer, but also the interest of the neighbors in the community, the architectural details of this project are extremely important. And the way that the regulation is written, it actually allows a little bit of flexibility in architectural design. And so what it says, in summary, is that at the time of application, you can submit preliminary designs. And then I, as the Director of Planning and Economic Development, have the authority to approve final designs as long as they're consistent. In light of how this conversation has gone with the neighbors and the community, I'm not comfortable with any kind of deviation in the design, and I'm not comfortable having even the authority to accept that. So if folks read number 4 as feeling a sense of assurance that ACA will be able to see the final design, and that I'll then kind of take their direction in terms of my approving it. I'm comfortable with the language, but I just ask you to read that and make sure you get that sense.
That's the way things normally occur anyway, or you do it, right?
Right.
So we'll see what the others think. I don't have a problem with it. I do have, however, a thought about one final condition, or one other condition. And that would be, this project, who knows what lays down the road, it could be sold to another developer, what have you. But I would like to see stipulated in there that whatever the ultimate approval consists of after ACA and everybody, that that there can be no changes to materials, construction, and those types of things. It has to be done specifically as approved with the materials approved. So that someone couldn't come in and, at some point and change to aluminum siding or whatever it might be. But I think that might be worth something to consider.
Yeah, and I don't know if I can pull up the document from here, but I had, in my staff comment to the commission, I had included a sentence about strict adherence to the, final elevations and materials shall be required. So I can pick that up and see if.
Well, if you think that strong enough, that's fine with me. But I hate to see it, watered down with the quality, the detail we're seeing tonight, and will ultimately be approved. by,
I mean, maybe we could say something, no deviation from the approved plans shall be permitted without further review by the advisory committee on community appearance.
terrific, fine.
So we would add that at the end of number 4. So no deviation from the final plans will be permitted without further review by ACA.
Good. Does that make sense, to everybody?
That makes
Okay.
sense, Ron.
Pardon, Jim?
Yes, it makes sense.
Thank you.
Go with it.
Does anyone want to look at any of the conditions more closely or?
Dave, did you amend number 4 tonight? So the conditions are now. I see. Okay.
I'm just going to say ACA, John, so I don't have to type so much. If anybody wants to wordsmith that further, let me know.
Thank you, Dave.
It's fine.
Is everybody comfortable with the conditions and they're familiar with them and familiar enough with them to go further?
Yes.
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 All right.
Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen then.
Good. Okay, well, I think we've reached the stage where it's time for a motion. We're really gonna need 3 motions. Or excuse me, three approvals. So first, I would entertain a motion to approve the special exception with conditions that were just listed by Dave. Anybody want to make that motion? Elliot Hitchcock. Thank you, Elliot. A second.
Peter,
Peter Roos. Any discussion? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye, raise your hands, make it easy for Marlene.
Aye.
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 Opposed? I want to make sure he isn't muted. Joel, are you okay?
Opposed?
Okay. So we have 8-1 in favor. Next is the coastal site plan. And our feeling doesn't meet the needs and goals of the Connecticut Coastal Management Act. So I would entertain a motion for that.
Motion to approve?
Tom Burland, second.
Second.
Peter Roos. Thank you, Peter. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Thirdly, the deposit of the materials.
I'll move that we approve the amount of materials to be deposited on this project.
Thanks, Jim. Second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, John. Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Raise your- Aye. Opposed? None. I think our work is done. I want to thank, everyone involved. Thank the applicant for all of the responsiveness they've shown, not only to us, but all the stakeholders in this thing. Out of the commission members who, well, I suppose none of us had anything really else to do tonight, but I didn't expect it to go to 11:30. So thank you for that. And I will suspend the rest of the agenda, obviously. So does anybody have anything other to say? If not, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Chairman Clark, can I just,
Motion to adjourn from somebody,
thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
everybody. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Oh, I got a lot
Second.
of that one. Okay, Peter Russo
Aye.
give me on that. John Mathers made it. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Thanks for hanging in.